We are back again with another episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. Today, my guest is a Ghanaian female barber, very young as well. And I want to find out from her why, as a young lady, she decided to take up a job like that. And along the way, the interesting part is that I am allowing her to give me a very nice cut. And I'm sure at the end of the conversation, you get to know how good she is at her job. Join me as we speak with her. My name is Victoria Chebafo. Okay, hi Jane.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, so let me know your full name.
I'm Janet Ofori.
Janet Ofori.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're actually a Ghanaian.
Yes,
I know I already said you're a Ghanaian, but your accent sounds like somebody who is not from Ghana.
Okay.
So which part of Ghana do you hail from?
Eastern region.
Kraken. Okay, so I would want to know a bit about you. Share with me your life, how you even got here in the first place.
I started this barbering at a very young age.
At what age?
At the age of 12.
12?
Yeah.
Okay.
I started with my school colleagues at primary and then to GHS, SHS, and then now I made it a job that I wish to do, and it's like a passion for me. I enjoy doing it every day.
Really?
Yeah.
So, should I say you were born with it or?
Yes, I didn't learn from anybody.
Anybody?
Yeah.
So what motivated you to start barbering at that tender age?
At that time, I do it, like, I love to do it, but after SHS, I realized I should make it a profession.
No, so how did you even know that you can do barbering?
It's like magic. I just got this small lady, small girl, and then I spoiled her head. So from there, if I look at someone doing it, then I'll be correcting my mistakes from there. So that's how I get in.
Wow, interesting. I said from GHS, SHS.
And from primary, GHS, SHS.
So tell me about education. What's your educational background or level?
SHS.
SHS. Oh, okay.
2018 batch.
2018 batch. From which school?
Presec Adesu.
Adesu.
Yes,
okay.
Please.
So why didn't you further after SHS?
Due to financial problems.
Financial. From parents or?
Yeah, from parents.
Why was it? How bad was it?
It wasn't that good, and it was broken home. So my mom and my dad are no longer together.
Okay.
So it made it a bit difficult for both of them to do anything.
But why do I also feel like? Because initially you said you started barbering from like as a child, right?
Yes, please.
So I feel like you had an interest in the barbering more than education.
No, at that time I was more into the education, but because I couldn't further up, I decided to find company, factory works. But anytime I would go, I'll be bounced. So I realized it's not
finding work in the companies.
Yeah, it's very hard for me.
They bounce you.
Yeah.
Like how?
I would go with you, you didn't pick me, you didn't pick me.
Really?
Yeah.
And for how long did you do that?
For like 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah. So I had a dream that someone asked me, why is it that you have this handiwork and you're still looking for a job somewhere?
In a dream?
Yeah. Am I okay where I am? Am I doing well where I am? So I talked to a pastor of mine and he said, if I'm really interested in the barbering, I should do it. So I decided to learn how to use the machine with a friend. And that time too, I quit. I didn't do it because I still see like maybe the company work will help. I continued, and then I realized still it's not mine, so I have to move to my field, which is the barbering.
The barbering.
Yeah. So I started it with a barber at Dobro, in Sound Dobro.
Where, in Sawin?
Yeah, Dobro.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's when I started doing the barbering work at the barber shop. Yeah.
So for how long have you been doing this particular work?
For it been 3 years, 4 years now I've started with the barber shop.
Officially?
Yeah, officially as a work.
And along the line, have you taken any decision to go back to school or something?
For now, I'm not ready to go back to school again.
Why?
I want to put more passion in the barbering job and then make it a profession. And I want to get a professional part of it. I want to be a very professional barber. As I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your parents, are they so much interested in what you are doing?
They're really interested in me.
Why do you think they are interested?
They never stopped me from doing it since childhood. And as I grew up and then I told them this is what I want to do, they were like, you started it at a young age, so if only you can do it, continue. So they've been supportive since childhood.
And you said you've been doing this for the past 4 years?
Yeah, at the barber shop.
Okay. I know you're a very young girl, lady.
Yeah.
So is there anything you've been able to make out of this whole barbering thing? That you can say, because I started this, I've been able to do this and that?
Yeah, because I started, I've been able to help the family financially and myself too. Yeah, I've been able to do some things for myself. My rent, my normal, the daily activities with financial. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And through barbering too, I've been able to meet some dignitaries.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Like who and who?
I've been able to meet Sarkodie and Akwaboa, which is through Shikanik Academy.
Okay.
Yeah, she invited me to Sarkodie's program, so we met DJ Mensah and Akwaboa.
Oh, talk about Shikanik. How did you meet her? How did you get in touch with her?
I met Shikanik when we were Barbers. We have a Barbers Association in Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah. And we plan of going to Mepe to give them a free haircut for their incident. So that's where I met her at the TV3 premises.
Mm-hmm.
So she interviewed me at the 3 TV. Yeah, that's when we met.
Shikanik interviewed you over there?
She sent me to the teams and then they interviewed. We were like 4 girls and then she interviewed us.
All barbers?
Yes.
Female barbers?
Yes.
Oh, I see. And I see you have a very nice place. How did you get to this place too?
This place is through a friend that connected me here.
A friend?
Yes.
Okay. So, and how many siblings do you also have?
How many?
Like family, like siblings?
Oh, we are 4.
4.
Yeah.
And then, you know you're a lady, right?
Yes, please.
And most of the time, these kind of jobs, people think that they are meant for men. Yes. So how do you feel? Are there instances where people come in, they feel like, oh, this one is a lady, so I don't want to trim my hair. They don't even know that you can do something better for them.
Yes.
Share that experience.
Yeah, I had that. I had that experience at La Paz. I used to work at La Paz. That's when I started working in Accra. Yeah. Someone would come and they would be like, yeah, a lady, how can you barb my hair? I won't allow you to do it. And I don't get angry because I know you don't know what I can do. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't get angry. The next time when they come in, they will see me barbering and they'll be like, wow, we never knew you could do it. So that's why we were like, you can't do it, so sorry. Next time I'll let you do it for me. So from there, they'll be my customers and then I'll be barbering them. But ever since I came here, I haven't really experienced sex.
that. Oh, so initially your shop or office was at La Paz?
La Paz, yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. And then I look at your outfits and I see like the male, outfit lifestyle. Why is it because you're a barber? That's why you decided to?
Nope. The outfits, I didn't learn it. That one too. Sometimes people will ask my mom, why is your daughter always in men's outfits? And she'll be like, if I wear her women's one, she'll cry and then she'll remove it.
When did you say that again?
When she wears me like skirts or straight dress, I'll cry. So she have to change it and give me my dad's dress.
Really?
Yes.
Like since when you were a child?
Yes. And at that time too, I was playing football too at school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, from primary, I've been playing SHS, but I had some issue with my left knee. That's why I quit playing football.
Your left leg?
Yeah.
Obi chow boot home.
No, my cousin cut me with a cutlass on my knee.
Why? Were you guys playing?
Yes, it wasn't intentional.
Oh.
Yeah. So anytime I'll be in the food, I have to get that pains and those things, so I have to quit. I used to train with the police academy, the police football team at CAT.
How long have you been in this shop?
This shop,
Yes,
it's a year now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how is the sales going?
It's manageable. Yeah.
So in a day, is there a specific amount you are able to gain or money you get?
No, it's not fixed. It's the people that will come. That's what you do. Yeah. Mostly it's on weekends. Our work is on weekends. Yeah.
So you do for male and female,
Yes,
as well as children?
Yes, please.
So how much the prices? Do they vary?
Yes.
So if I'm a lady and I come, my price is different from the man?
It depends. When your hair is this like this, it's natural already, so it's the same price with the male.
With the male?
Yeah. But if it's perming, it's different price.
It's different. So what are the prices?
It's 25 cedis per cut.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is for the natural?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the permed one?
The permed one is 50 cedis.
So if anybody should see, you are doing well with what you are doing, but if somebody wants to extend a helping hand to help you go back to school, would you want to do that?
Yeah, maybe I will.
And if that opportunity comes, which course would you want to study?
For now, I have to think about that one.
Really?
Because now I don't really have mind on education now.
Wow.
Yeah.
You are happy with what you are doing?
Yes, yes. Really, really happy.
Okay. So all that I can also say is I think you are doing well. And I think the day I met you at the Bastard Boys program, you said you were barbering for them for free.
Yeah, they came here on, I think, last month. Yeah, they came here.
What did you see in them that you decided to take up that?
Because they are contributing to the sanitation of the country, so I decided to also give a helping hand by giving them a free haircut.
I see.
Yeah. And the whole idea was brought by Civic.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you see yourself as a celebrity barber?
Yes, sir.
And also, in the next years to come, I think I should add, where do you see yourself? Are you getting married? What are you doing to yourself?
Next year, I want to be in my own shop with my workers. Yeah, that's what I want to do.
So this place is a rented one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't talk about the marriage, or?
No, the marriage, yeah.
It's not?
Not now.
It's not on your eye top?
No.
Why?
Because I want to build my foundation before I get into a relationship or a marriage.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you don't believe that when you get into the relationship, it can help you build the foundation you are talking about?
I wanted to do it my own. Yeah. Because I started with alone, so I want to do it alone.
before.
Yeah.
So how often do you see your parents?
Let's say it's been a year now, but my mom came to visit me, so just recently.
Okay. Okay, so about the shop, you said you rented it, right?
Yes.
You rented the shop.
And I'm working for someone.
You're working for someone. So do you pay like monthly or?
Yeah, it's on commission basis. Yeah.
Commission basis?
Yeah.
So how do they pay you monthly?
Yes.
And is
but
there?
It depends on the work you do at the month, at the end of the month.
It depends on the work you do.
Yeah.
Explain that to me.
In the barbering industry, you have this commission basis, which is 3 in 1. You, the barber, you have 1, and then the shop have 1, and the owner also have 1. Yeah, so.
Okay. So is there a certain money that you're supposed to bring in the end of the month? Then out of that, they'll take your salary or whatever for you?
No, because it's commission basis, they don't have any fixed price for it. Yeah, sometimes it depends on the work.
Okay.
Yeah, some months it will be slow, some months it's very busy.
So it means that if, like you said, it depends on how much you make that day, right?
Yeah.
So on days where work is slow, it means the money would have to be reduced.
Yeah, it will be reduced by them, but because there's not, the client was not many and we didn't get enough money, that's how.
So in a day, how many people do you get, like in the shop?
Yeah, in a day, if it's weekdays, it's slow, so maybe 5, 6. Okay. But weekends, it's like 20, 15, 10. Yeah.
So aside being in the shop, also, do you have like home services where people call you to come in?
Yes, please.
So those ones who, after taking the money, you still add it to?
No, that
one. Those ones are your personal. Okay. And do you have like workers or you are just alone here?
No, we were 2, but for now, the other person is not around. So.
Like, is he gone or he's gone? The person is gone somewhere or?
He's gone somewhere. Travel, so he'll come back.
He'll come back. Huh? So I think you were saying that you want to get your own shop or something. And what have you done about it like so far?
For now, I'm planning on it. I haven't started anything yet.
Yeah. And how many years have you given to yourself for that?
Now it depends on where I'm working now. If the shop grows and I get more clients, I'll be able to get money then, and then it will depend on the money. So now that's how I'm planning to.
My final question is, I want to ask you about what motivates you to keep on doing this as a young girl, because you hardly find people with this enthusiasm to be doing these kind of work. So what motivates you?
I do motivate myself, and then people around me, someone like Shikane, she always motivates me in everything I do. She appreciates every work I do. Yeah. So that motivates me a lot, and my parents also motivate me.
Your parents? Yeah. So do they visit you often, or they call you, or what?
They do call me often, but the visit is once in a year or sometimes.
So what is this called?
I'm just waving the hair.
Waving?
Yeah, to make it squirrels.
Hi, you're waving our heads. Beautiful. Okay, I told you initially or in the beginning that by the time we'll finish with this conversation and my hair, you love the work of Janet, and I think you can see it for yourself. This is how we round up or end today's conversation or episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Victoria Cheba. You can log on to www.ghanaweb.com or GhanaWeb TV for more of these videos and be inspired. She's very young, and you can see that nothing is stopping her. So if you're out there and you are waiting for someone to come and hold your hands, then I think you are really doing yourself a harm. So until then, we'll see you again. Bye.
Last time for no, omo ti say onipa waji schedule. Oye dia one day o me years atwede. On fan ko du on fan ko wie pada. Say dey emre bi asem wajan. Obo penalty money bo po no. Since that day, last time for Debi. Udi agro. Na o ma open for kra anwo by force on Kumasi. Coach ni dey, udi so coach na nkasa onu ankasa oni anjije onimu. O hwe ni TV so no okasa kra, udi so onye confident. Onye nipa maintain profit ba onye nipa wo confidence bi ewo ni mu because the way obesi akasa the way obesi as a bema pa wo gina so ni trimu a obotinu sakola ba hu ni echo so ya bema ba ni mu no o to sini bebre o to ni confidence bi a wo ni mu coach na tell you something oh man pa ne ba bi ntan na onko ro na yire ma anko di odo.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Ghana de share mama akwa ba edeba asemsebe kase eboso ewo GhanaWeb TV na we ye nsama hodo ya chro ewo ghanaweb.com so ene ya boaboa no aye de ba besom ewo akan kasa nimu mi amede kase boyi e ba besom mi diane mami akuache nenemi nsem no me kwa kwahye ase efri eye COP Nathan Kofi Boache akache na ora bi a ye friend no Sir Justice Mandela ono political analyst ewo Ghana hanom no din semfo bi atodwa a ochemu se enimani ya ewo se MPP amanyoko no allegations ahodo o mababa kan e dia fa ye papa COP Kofi Boakye ewo se investigations ahodo e fa wiye ankatangasa enen ese na nsentemu na MPP amanyoko no ene omo frɛ ye senchofo ene omo ko din kita ho din semfo ahodo na kokotodwa ne kokɔwie mu kran po de omo kan san ade a COP Kofi Boakye ene hye nkɔfo kye so mo planning in fact omo traini omo se ne be ya 2024 abatwe basabasa yo ebe kɔ ase na be ba ase na ochema ye COP Boakye ono na kye so ogine mu eno na owura justice nya kata na ochem se we otumu se bibia ehu yie pa e chance wo hye ye COP Boakye a wabɔ no homodi yie pa e wo Ghana hanom omanfo enim se ne osi di ne dwuma esifa e bia na no kura wo mu e bi so na no kura enim ntinka ni manim ya no mo hye na nchechemu eni nchechemu bia wo mu no omonye emfanfa ho me to amensam so dia na me kwa kopie mu ewo Dr. Ekufu Dampare metre Ghana yen IGP na odinsemfo awodo ato amanyofo ene amanyoko ewo Ghana hanom enim na ochirema otan ohu se sisi amanyoko no obia pese odin kan ewo Ghana hanom ne titupa na abato kwa akotui na ochirema se ne omusi plane se ne omu wini a ombetumi ombesi agi omani ewo Ghana hanom no ewo so ombo omwode a slomosa plane se owi a se ne obesi edu djuma e de afa ewo Ghana hanom esanso no ma posifo no enya de omba betena se emanyambrasem bia akoso ewo Ghana hanom se to aba ne wie ene before during and after elections no eno nso chema amanyoko amwo Ghana hanom nyina mo modia se mu wini a fine mu lusunso so dia ewo se mu gitum ewo ne kwan so pepepe ababe to dwa se Ghana Police Service to post ni bi omatu no atensan na omuchirema orei a ye friend said Detective Corporal Baba Amando Ibrahim ono tuna police station I no wo Savannah region na nrada na video bi beto social media na video ni mu no na enye fedi agro otumu se post ni asumbo ogbo ore bi asumpa ene ogbo na asumba ko se koto ore no se me nkoto me nyada ene na asumwan aha wan ene nifa fem benkum fem otumu se na enye fedi agro ene ba no manfo e kasafa we ba just na police be ni na wonye onipa dasani hye na asumza na mpo no oba na obusuani ena obi ye ne sa anka wo ebe ye odana na no ena beto odwa no Ghana Police Service for anto no moto so kra ena ba beto odwa se mo che papa na so eno nto mo chire mo on sesa ni kuku nsaka enkonko tena fie kakra no mo nye nhwehwemu emfanfa ho ene omu wi a enu echire se be frɛ no back anase ye mfrɛ no dia ena Ghana Police Service for na ena de ba beto odwa me konsempe for mo so dia na me kwa kopie mu ewo MPP amanyoko no akache na ne fa ewo German North district no Buno region mo yichiremo mo campaign car baako ene eja tomopa enye easy na omuchiremo manfo chiremo mu ni bebi a eja kro ya free a chese bebe to car yi mu ene jirebe yichirema utumu se we de campaign pan ne na mo nama ene anwumi na oye wi no na komia ko yese na no ewi ne yem guso anam kwan so na chese eja to ma akwa ya rewosem e de ama MPP amanyoko no ewo German North honom ankasangasa na me sorry me sam so dia na me kwa kopie mu ewo owura chairman wontumi ono ena ye otitreni e de ma MPP amanyoko no ewo Asante Mantemu watoto bi ye pa e de amane Alantwe Maten Afrafranto movement pani odan no na chairman wontumi e kirema we dia Alantwe Maten wo ya ankasa wo na Alantwe Maten to pa chese ne MPP amanyoko ma we nyina we ni nso ana na oye mfato na wo chemu se we akwa ese Judas se ne Judas yi Jesus Yesu Kristo ma ye no sara nso na Alantwe Maten MPP amanyoko no tete we yi o mama ankasa na ochema mampeni dada John Ajekunkufu ba abemu eden oye wa ambassador enu eche positions ahodo mampeni Ekufu Adon so bae ono so bo no modia trade minister or the mouth 2016 or the mouth 2020 or the mouth aden wonkwankwa we nipa ben ene chema wontumi echire ma Alantwe Maten ono de ohun se nya we ye no chese wan ni MPP amanyoko no oni omu endi ni ye kra ene ono so centrefo meeting na oyeye ena chese de something for nyina etudwa na ahaya nso ena mede asemsebe kase ebo no ebeba ewieye niaka bia no ye kwakoboa no na chese echire no ye de nyina aba besomo mi amede kase ebo yi ebesomo media ne eye kia chei
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today, our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial...
Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No, I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
Beloved nation Ghana, my country, Mr. Obi Biala said, Abra aka a month to the election. Obi Biala emma asumdue emra o my Ghana. Hwe yani babia ko o my Ghana. Asumdue ayewe. Sabi enkwala wom, disabled wom. Ani ba bebre wo ma o my dey. Omuntimi entokwa ba omuntimi enyan. Mesre. Say yani Ghana fro bia ka o my Ghana ho. Abano kokotu ya no akofie akotenase no watie say the EC electoral commissioner Ghana constitution amani tumi authorizing say on obetimi the provisional results e di aba ama Ghana ya dia tumi say this is the satisfied results on my Ghana yewo timisre say MPP ne be wini o say gum ne be wini o say NDC ne be wini o akua donko moma ye nyinara. They accepted the results of the EC. Young too. No more hoping to say, oh, wait a minute, yes, yet, wait your William election. Said the Biacano. You will need our police station. Police station. A hot and an election 8 million. It's Bomadine said, candidate Biala, who repono. But you know, I were vigilant. No one say, who did Mapa at your candidate? Meant now. Monko mobia and win here. Emma then day no election and Casa and results now open when you and no team may blame easy. Easy na duma all year or Junemu as neutral person. To my stress up one in the hop or police station. Now she said, bet me, I get Jumani and my results now were especially bar. It's never. It's right on my Ghana. Said the Ekano. Peace Council for Comedy. Mama Asumbiumla, no on my intimate in developing. On my intimate assume intimate international and my the massive brain.
I'm never Magana mine say, Yina auto, Nina Butre, Nayina Tima, Sanse, a race race and about 1 year or 2. Say, and out of Manchester, we are, you can come at another time. The message again for Yina auto, sending your dog and a peace country. Independent from an onion, Pinas, and Messrs. In the Pinas, Union, or the area of Abanas, University, the 2 we are near now, you put the December back for balance, Yaba. The 2 we are waiting me up with Tams, best about Loka, waiting me about no, I could not see part in the Quanya party in the Quay, Nani, I think I'm asking. Near Tans with Sans and Ghana, a peaceful country.
Can it say, Opa, you are interested to man. Ya wa do kwa boko na mse Ghana best in ba botre wotu aba no wotu bi ya de obeto wotu bi ya no ada wachi no abe show dem fine na esa sem bi e ni ho ko ya tu trust am bo so we jina ha na o kan de enya na nso akoso so na de ntopa da bi intermediate omo beto ne de be ka chiro mo se omo enya botre mfa boko kotu aba se de be ya asu michie ebeba ama yani ema so ya smile de adu ya ma Ghana
Actually, I best go. Banco John, Echo, I don't know team, and if I pay a cotuman, or no, I think now Cotuaman. I'm marrying with him now Cotumaba. I did a little bit of confusion. No, come up to my milk, MPPA, the Chinese, and 1 hour. But my Cotumaba, my milk, and this, and we do no more. Almost way, almost possible.
Yes, now we crowd the better of us to see.
About the meeting. About the meeting. Many time I'm not always out in our photo about the meeting. Because what will be over maybe at the same thing or the photo about a more woman. I'm to do that. No matter what. There is no way I may have a message. I'm found facing a place that you do not want to come and corner my cunha. If I say a baby, I say I check a car, and never quite a corner. If you are not do a day in two first of one for ball, but I put for me say, or no corner, and I'm near my head. Yeah, but you come home because if you're going to find the no work, a clear and you your turn and petrol and idea, no, to put the crania, no, the ideas of your people. But I say, some rabbit should be quite sad. The idea we are a turn, say a turn. You be a pen or torn out. Oh, I cannot be that. Homework, a toy has 5 cities. I'm quite classy 2.5 cities. By a man will be this animal. If I give you an idea, the host of walk on my mind. I don't need to know the follow so anyway. No. See, I'm not no 7 dear. It's me a cousin. Ah, well. We are seeing corner. You tell me a man can be Cabana Comacasa forward and Marcos. I know you tell already, Casa. Oh, do you remember calling? I am now my move for so was a name at the Emra from one name from the Giants. Yet the host of winning a bar by a new Tino, in the house of a year and send me a man in a head. They're finished. And the second year, I haven't told me. We are back to my head, but you can't up my tree and near far from a punk again. Yet, need to kill a man who didn't Ghana about it. Because he a poor man, I feel I don't find any minds and a public. They don't know you almost have been better. I am far from my punk, you ain't far by me and you have the problem.
Last half for almost say only pa waji schedule. We had the 1 day only years actually. On fan could do one fan could we pada. Said there maybe as a more jang or ball penalty money ball pono. Since that day, last half for Debbie. Would dear grow. Now I'm out paying for a crown by force and work massy. Coach in India, what is a coach in Ancasa or no Ancasa or Nigeria? Or any TV no Casacra, what is on your confident or any pair. Maintain of the bow, any power confidence be a winning. Because they will be see a cassa, they will be as a Bema power, General any 3 or bottom Sacola. But only a chance or a Bema, Balimuno or Tosini Bebre, or Tony confidence be our coaching. I'll tell you something. Oh, man, Panabab been an uncle on any man could do.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Ghana de share mama kwa aba edeba asemsebe kase eboso ewo GhanaWeb TV na we ye nsama hodo ya chro ewo ghanaweb.com so ene ya boaboa no aye de ba besom ewo account kasa nimu mi amede kase boyi e ba besom mi diane mami akuache neneme nsem no me kwa kwahye ase efri eye COP Nathan Kofi Boache akache na ora bi a ye friend no Sir Justice Sian Mandela ono eye political analyst ewo eye Ghana hanom no din semfo bi atodwa a o chemu se enimani ya ewo se MPP amanyoko no allegations ahodo o mababa kan e dia fa ye papa COP Kofi Boache hu ewo se ye investigations ahodo e fa hu ye ankatangasa enen se na nsentemu na MPP amanyoko no ene omo frɛ ye senchofo ene omo kodi nkita ho din semfo ahodo na kokotodwa ne kokko wie mu kran po de omo kan san ade a COP Kofi Boache.
Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No, I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
For years, authorities have looked on as galamsey ravage the forests, destroy water bodies, and displace several communities. But there is a sudden twist to this, as several communities, awakened by the glaring and devastating effects of galamsey, have taken matters into their own hands. From demonstrations to personal initiatives, these communities are harnessing the collective power of the people and fighting a David and Goliath battle to protect their lands which they hold in trust for the past, present, and future generations. This story explores the inspiring journeys of communities bent on winning the fight against galamsey. Here is Atuna, and this is their galamsey story.
4 years, some communities in the Bono region have mounted a strong and spirited resistance against illegal mining, or galamsey, a notorious activity that has destroyed several communities, leading to the biodiversity loss, land degradation, and loss of farmland, reducing the potential for agriculture and threatening food security. This spirited community-led resistance, edged on courageous protests, demonstrations, and grassroots initiatives, continues to gain momentum as both residents and their local leaders work hand in hand to ward off galamseyers, who are seen as potential threats to the region's water bodies, farmlands, and forest cover. At the forefront of this community-led resistance is a border community called Atuna, a major cocoa, cashew, and food hub in the Jamai South municipality of the Bono region, where the chiefs and people have declared the area as a no galamsey zone, because to them, the fight against galamsey is not just an environmental issue, but a matter of economic survival for the residents, who are predominantly farmers, whose way of life will directly be threatened by illegal miners in their lure for gold. Nana Brago Kane II, the Queen Mother of Atuna, and a key figure in the community-led resistance, provides an insight into the successful revolution against galamsey. Nana Brago Kane II recounted some of the challenges they endured to ward off the galamseyers, considering the powerful people in the galamsey industry, but they preserved and won the battle. She added that the community has resolved not to allow galamsey on the lands now and in the future in the interest of the people due to the negative impact of galamsey. The Mmerantini of Ituna, Nana Salifo Amini Amponkumi, who attributed the success of this resistance to the support of the youth in the community, commended them for their unwavering support. A youth in the community, Akwan George, also narrated the role the youth played in the resistance.
Galamsey for abomonai so say ompese omutu galamsey ewo yekrum ha na omohwe yekrum ha galamsey e gold wo ha pa na abaya mo kwan se omra metu ti nananom frɛ ye mu binom ma ye koe na ekohia nananom bi se omo se omojetum omo ka se da bi omonyentum na ye maburu no ye da achenti yesusu ye nkasa na omo so entie ma ye ka che nanan se benhwe ye koko benhwe ye kashu beheye duane atosode normal de yenya free krom ha nko apo osonyebo ntima yeni galamsey nachi na china nchima emeka no mesemfa wuyeso abra na nananom ni ho abra yesusu ya nyini nti ye kan ye no nokra nyame nim ni nananom te ase still ana ba no moba me amigina ha yi sika omode abreme amahu bi me hu bi wo me life nda but omoba sika no so omode be kirew opene so a je ompene so a ombe include say be cheche no ma bebre but in all no yante ase ma yakobodwa ama aye mineral commissions for ba ha mombe bodwa hia kuro no nyina ye ka kire mo say anya de bi say ye beti ase ne ati ase da abanzo ope cashew ope cocoa ope nuane ni nyina bi wo ha nti ye be ma onu mu ma yeren aso ye ni my brother me ka kire wa free ye atuna ha yet border no free akopim sunyan the whole of this Bono region what pe kura o produce cocoa pa ya tuna mo pa mo kwa mo search nhwe kura produce aduane cocoa cashew ayatuna na in ono ye mabunu na yesu so ye se ye ntiase na ye si agira ye no so no agira ye tuo no de e ba so kama na nanom tai yachi se biti ye kroma no kasa adwuma ni a oboa oye kwadworo isane se ye nuanom siremfo sabi omo afri north abaha abagin sase adrofo a nei omo koko cashew ni nuane bebre ni babunu betena ha a obeka ko anaka ko babi se adwuma ni kroma no na ompa adwuma yo ompeku adwuma yeso ye di ye nananom saso de wan na dwen so obekọ school de nananom bada woroma ye boa ma ne ko de wa wantumi ankoso so de kwadwuma no kese wo wya obeyo de de nyina ne se ye tima fight bepom sabre abane nto ayeso ye ninze baabi bebre wo ho abane de oceano return in second normal awako dia oceano ondinziano da ye kurum hade never on this earth se bi betimasi ene ye ka se galamsey fo baba ye be hataya hu se kete ni ya dabo ntinim beba na excavators nim vidie wudo a bre bere betu galamsey no na je se ya dawo na ba fan so no be kuye nyina wie dia abane mfa kunu no na onye de obeye se oye sa so na ro be boana onye ndi galamsey ho asem na galamsey issue de ye tu na haide me nkwaku jami ko de me mre ye ne mbusiafo ye ne nananom ye ne namfo ye ne bia busia no nyina kiremu a atuna dom mrante ne mayo ase ye mpreso ne mpreso kina ndi ya fight up nsabiri ndi galamsey de e maso sense koko wa kashu wa nua no wa bibia wa de ye pen vrama ye hom ne ye pen sa ye zo ye nya ne nya ye pen sa ti abane so o meso ya so no moaye na de ye pen no o maye nyuma na ye mu binoma sebi baye baje ne se be de sebi ko galamsey ne be boa be no na watima aye den watima asesa badwo na firi ho ye da mas nyame hyiram.
On his part, the chief of Atuna, Nana Apia Kubi Abebiu II, appealed to the governments to give the people of Atuna the fair share of the national cake, considering the feat they have been able to achieve in the galamsey fight. The assembly member for the Atuna electoral area, Yeboah Lawrence, alleged that several attempts were made to compromise him, but he rejected those offers in the interest of the community.
During the fight, it's not easy for us. You see, as a we fight against those who have the amenities or the ammunitions. It's not easy. In your soldiers, in your one do bunum, opinion leaders. Yeah, so is in mind. But the boys in organization, we organize ourselves very well. That's the important thing for every community. We organize ourselves. So organization, we give them the profit or the effective profit in it is saying. Yeah, but effect huge. Your plan is as a youth, your toward doors. We need committee, municipal assembly, no, many MC, across several tasks. See who's had now because of semi assemblymen, no access to security, and district police commander. You know, Munina Casa, and any hint better call them no more. But may advise Ghana for say. A be a becker side be an abetrayal. Oh, Winyeska, but Maminka Cemetery. The Ewoma and ye panese community no, Nkofo baby beba, or more free baby or more on young for papa, because we young Nkofo brombe pesca. 2. Community no, Yare beba, and as Sikana ye cano, that illegal mining no, a blood, Obini Mame can't many be a interview, a blood, and a idea. Until baby, yes, I didn't war kunkum, and a mercury na ye, you know, and also so, and yet, and ma,
He indicated that they have instituted community-based measures to protect their lands and urged other communities to emulate the people of Atuna if they want to defeat galamsey.
Task force, many committee, many youth leader, many district assembly, and as a municipal assembly, including district commander. They may catch a T4 voting and say, a best ramping for Sadin Edi Ghana, a sensu and sua, Ghana, ye new future. Ye plan a ya fase, yati committee, no, but be a cost to be a Monte committee, you bit me see sad and no quite. And this I soldier for no bar, or more penny for a territory. You can't hubuma organization, and I say, creation, a bit me a my fatty for galamsey. Say, Moba, near my Casa Bayama, a door so send the old, it is a 1 minute. One, me say, almost friend, almost your member proud. On better than what Trasapa. Me name Busa almost say, Enti sad dining is sad, you know, you better my community member be. Now going forward, and Chiriman, so you better sad and mom. Enti or more breaky, or more by 2 times. Enti a forces at to die. Ubenyan from bedtime, but a soft shake nipa now on your motino. Now shed that in Chirimano. And then a bit media fighting and easy because it will be covered by Usru and whatever be our own auntie and Ajo. God wouldn't need the only panity, Moka, I want to know. Tino and easy. They say, or more by me fear the bad miscarriage cat to catch up and pay Muska. Because community no your pet, your pediabity, they be a pediabity. And Tino idea and that from.
Some farmers share their views on the importance of the anti-galamsey stance being championed by the community.
Yeah, no matter number deputy there. The man who and the next time I can see so galamsey, young person be the back room and say, so I hate TV so you have a baby brewer. Galamsey, I say so. It had a young Tiasi and maybe Maha. As you cocoa the brew ever ha. It you have the cocoa by galamsey can or our mother Mawa. Who didn't say, ba koko so de ye benya so mfaso manana so benya so mfaso nti atu na de ya nti ase ma galamsey e mesa ya sa ase ne yensuo no de ya ase nti ase ne se galamsey scan e ri pasisi ya yenti mi ni mebi na koko so de afipia woni biate e de ahwe wo school de ya woni padu so de bia bobla e nti ase the entire say no ye to kwan kakra ye ta akoko regions bi se de me ka no me fa ya asante de ya me ka ko me ma me nche wo jakubu ye amanse central ye kwa kwan ye fasu se ba sensase e na ho youth no be si in fact ba bubu ye me de me ka se ba bubu adam aha sanam de ni hu no be si aye no ye pese ye kurim ha mobu no so be ye sa e na ye benefit ye nya firi Kukunuma. In fact, the whole year, bit my bass, Kukun being free, Biano Sokra, 10 beer over here, Sika, every Biano Hono. You are Okwa, it's a regular Magalancy for to see the sense as na a recassa 1 day show, Yagis Sikana, a Afina, a baby scano. Then Cassa, the Edbayan Livia, you bring a full beer fever, beer dim. Aha, they say, I think I was saying, Dimitri Kramaya, from Mabuhu. Biana esan kuku na se aha bayire tu bayire ba kuma na ka kiro se bayire wi efi akofi ma obeka se nyese wa odi wani ehu anka obeka se nyane kure ntimi hu se galamsey na de good no amanfo se disika bade na me de ne am gira ha de me share that because never panum be penso bia no never panum be kuku na share be disa anso no giri se na ba be hu kuku no faso a me so se be sise o he de dam machi ya more than keka ko me fan se bag anasa ti bag 3000 se me ko je 3000 na say even 2000 kwa na inso e bit na abo ma me de aye nema be bi nti galamsey die me ka se mfaso bi wo so a me de mesiri pako se hu bi die ni so se galamsey.
The people have risen and spoken in clear language, and gradually the tide is turning. Ghana's galamsey epidemic will not be conquered overnight, but the seeds of change have been sown in Atuna and several other communities in the Bono region. These communities are standing tall and have demonstrated that the power to shape their communities lies in their hands. Yes, that is people's power. This is the new narrative, which will be etched in our collective memory forever. From Atuna, in the Jamansa municipality of the Borno region, I am Abajado Frank, GhanaWeb.
Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No, I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Ghana de share me mama kwa ba edeba asemsebe kase eboso ewo GhanaWeb TV na we ye nsema hodo ya tro ewo ghanaweb.com so ene ya boaboa no aye de ba besom ewo akan kasa nimu mi amede kase boyi e ba besom mi diane mami akuache nenemi nsem no me kwa kwahye ase efri eye COP Nathan Kofi Boache akache na ora bi a ye friend no Sir Justice Mandela ono eye political analyst ewo eye Ghana hanom no din semfo bi atodwa a o chemu se enimani ya ewo se MPP amanyoko no allegations ahodo o mababa kan e dia fa ye papa COP Kofi Boache hu ewo se investigations ahodo e fa hu ye ankatangasa And then esa na nsentemu na MPP amanyoko no ene omo frɛ ye senchofo ene omo ko din kita ho din semfo awodo na kokoto dwa ne kokko wie mu kran po de omo kan san ade a COP Kofi Boachi ene hye nkofo acheso omo plan in fact omo train omo se na be ya 2024 abatwe basabasa yo ebe kwa asia na be ba ase na ochema ye COP Boachi ono na cheso ogine mu eno na owura eye justice nya kata na ochem se we otumu se bibia ehu yie pa e chance wo hye eye COP Boachi a wabɔ no homodi yie pa e wo Ghana hanom omanfo enim se ne osi di ne dwuma esifa e bia na no kura wo mu e bi so na no kura enim nti nkani manim ya no mo hye na nchechemu eni hyehyemu
last half
Ghana de hye me mama kwa ba e de ba asemsebe kase eboso e wo GhanaWeb TV na we nsama hodo ya chro e wo ghanaweb.com so ene ya boaboa no aye de ba besom e wo akan kasa ni mu mi amede kasa boyi e ba besom mi diane mame akuache nene mi nsem no me kwa kwahye ase efri eye COP Nathan Kofi Boachi akache na ora bi a ye friend no Sir Justice Mandela ono eye political analyst e wo eye Ghana hanom no din semfo bi atodwa a o chemu se ene manimi ya e wo se MPP amanyoko no allegations ahodo o maba be kan e dia fa ye papa COP Kofi Boachi wi e wo se ye investigations ahodo e fa wi ankatangasa ene esa na nsentemu na MPP amanyoko no ene omo frɛ ye senchofo ene omo ko din kita ho din semfo ahodo na kokoto dwa ne kokko wie mu kran po de omo kan san ade a COP Kofi Boachi ene hye nkofo acheso omo plan in fact omo train omo se ne be ya 2024 abatwe basabasa yo ebe kwa asia na be ba ase na ochema ye COP Boachi ono na cheso ogine mu eno na owura eye justice nya kata na ochem se we otumu se bibia ehu yie pa e chance wo hye eye COP Boachi a wabɔ no homodi yie pa e wo Ghana hanom omanfo enim se ne osi di ne dwuma esifa e bia na no kura wo mu e bi so na no kura enim nti nkani manim ya no mo hye na nchechemu eni hyehyemu bia wo mu no omo nye emfanfa ho me to amensam so de na me kwa kopie mu e wo eye Dr. Ekufu Dampare mitre Ghana yen IGP na odinsemfo awodo ato eye amanyofo ene amanyoko ewo eye Ghana hanom enim na ochirema otan ohu se sisi amanyoko no obia pese odin kan ewo eye Ghana hanom ne titupa na eye abato eye kwa akotui na ochirema se ne omusi plane se ne omu wini a ombetumi ombesi agi omani ewo Ghana hanom no ewo so ombo omwode a so mo sa plane se owi a se ne obesi edu djuma e de afa ewo Ghana hanom esan so no ma posifo no enya de omba betena se emanyambrasem bia akoso e wo Ghana hanom se to aba ne wie ene before during and after elections no eno nso chema amanyoko am Ghana hanom nyina mo modia se mu wini a fine mu lusu nso so dia e wo se mu gitum e wo ne kwan so pepepe ababe to dwa se eye Ghana Police Service to eye post ni bi omatu no atensan na omuchirema eye orei a ye friend said Detective Corporal Baba Amando Ibrahim ono ewo Tuna Police Station I no wo eye Savannah region na nrada na video bi beto ewo social media na video ni mu no na enye fediagro otumu se post ni asumbo ogbo ore bi asumpa ene ogbo na asumba ko se koto ore no se me nkoto me nyada ene na sumwan aha wan ene nifa fem benkum fem otumu se na enye fediagro ene ba no manfo e kasafa we ba just na police be ni na wonye onipa dasani e hye na sumza na mpo no eye oba na obusuani ene obi ye ne sa anka wo ebe ye odana na no ene beto odwa no Ghana Police Service for antono moto so kra ena ba beto odwa se mo che papa na so eno nto mo chire mo on sesa ni kuku nsaka enkonko tena fie kakra no mo nye hyehyemu enfanfa ho ene omu wi a enu echire se be frɛ no back anase ye mfrɛ no dia ene Ghana Police Service for na ene de ba beto odwa mi konsempe for mo so dia na me kwa akopie mu ewo MPP amanyoko no akache na eye ne fa ewo eye German North district anano eye Buno region mu yikyere mo campaign ka baako ene eja tomopa enye easy na omukyere mo manfo ekyere mo nim bebi a eja kro ya free a kyese bebe to eye kai mu ene ejere be yikyere ma otumu se we de campaign pan ene na monama ene anwumi na oye wi no na komia kwese na no ewi ne yem guso anam kwan so na kyese eja to ma akwa ya rewosem e de ama MPP amanyoko no e wo eye German North honom ankasangasa Na me sorry me nsam so dia na me kwa kopie mu ewo owura chairman wontumi ono na ye otitreni e de ma MPP amanyoko no ewo eye Asante Mantemu watoto bi ye pa e de amane alantwematen afrafranto movement pani oda no na eye chairman wontumi e kire ma we dia lanchomate wo ya ankasa wo na walanchomate tu pa chese ne MPP amanyoko eye ma wo nyina we ni nso ana na oye mfato na wo chemu se we wakwa ese Judas se ne Judas eyi Jesus Yesu Kristo e ma ye no sara nso e na lanchomate eyi MPP amanyoko no tete we yi o mama ankasa na ochema mampeni dada John na jekunkufo e ba abemu eden oye wa ambassador enu eche positions ahodo mampeni ekufo adon so ba ye ono so bo no madian a trade minister or the mouth 2016 or the mouth 2020 or the mouth aden unkwankwa we nipa ben ene chema huntumi e chema lanchamaten ono de ohun se ne awe no chese wan ni MPP amanyoko no oni omu endi ni ye kra ene ono so centrefo meeting na oyeye ena cheso de something for nyina etudwa na ahaya nso ena mede asemsebe kase ebo no ebeba ewieye niaka bia no yakwakobo ano na chese achiri no ye de nyina aba abesomo mi amede kase ebo yi ebesomo media ne eye mame ekua chei.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
It used to be a condition among the aged, but now it's being recorded among young people. It is nicknamed the silent killer. Today on Health Focus, we'll be talking about hypertension. My name is Elliot Nwete, and I have with me here Dr. Vanessa Mensah Kavu. You're welcome, Doc.
Thank you, Elliot.
Briefly, what is hypertension?
So hypertension basically is elevation of
the blood pressure or an elevated blood pressure. So the blood pressure is usually measured with two figures, the systolic and then the diastolic. So the vessels or the ventricles, that is the heart chambers, which we call the ventricles, help contract so that blood is pushed out into the various parts of the body. So when there's that maximum contraction, that is when the systolic blood pressure is measured, and the minimum contraction before the next contraction is what the diastolic is. So let's take, for example, you have a tank, and the tank has different chambers in it, and there's a hose sending water to that tank. Let's take the tank as the heart, and then the hose being the arteries. Now, the blood or the water would represent the blood. So once there is water flowing into the tank, there's supposed to be a certain level at which it's supposed to flow, allowing for good contraction, good relaxation of the tank, just so that it moves. Now, when there is any impairment or when there is any concerns or issues in any part of these, it can cause hypertension. Now, when the systolic pressure is above 140 consistently, and the lower one is above 90 consistently, then we consider that as hypertension.
Why is it nicknamed the silent killer?
It's nicknamed the silent killer simply because it does not show any signs or symptoms, or most of the times the symptoms tend to be very vague, and so people don't pick it up easily, and so that's why it's nicknamed the silent killer.
What changed? Looking at people who have hypertension, so usually or mostly used to be for people after pension, but now we are recording it in under 30 years people. What happened? What changed?
I would say lifestyle plays a significant role. Also, the fact that there is more awareness, more people are going to the hospitals, and so we're picking up some more incidents of hypertension. And then the lifestyle, very important. You know, we have the young ones who are more engaged in more sedentary lifestyles, like they're not actively, they're not active or they're not as active as we would like them to be. One of the things that helps reduce a person's risk of hypertension is being active, and also the diet. We are engaging in more fatty foods, we're not eating healthy at all, and then the alcohol consumption is also one of the reasons why we're diagnosing a lot more hypertension in younger people. And the hypertension, we have different types of hypertension. We have the essential hypertension or primary hypertension, meaning that that is the sole cause of the elevated blood pressure. And we have the secondary hypertension, meaning that the hypertension or elevated blood pressure is caused from other causes, such as maybe a chronic kidney disease that would be causing that. And then we have the gestational hypertension or the pregnancy-induced hypertension, which is for pregnant women.
Thanks for breaking down the types of hypertension to me. But because I'm a young person, I would want to know that aside the intake of alcohol, as you mentioned, lack of exercise and then our diet, what other lifestyle choices put us at risk of getting hypertension? These
are the major lifestyle issues that tend to cause the hypertension. Also, elevated stress. Stress-related factors. It could be your working environment. It would constantly put you in that state of elevated blood pressure, elevated stresses. So it's important that you manage your stresses around you. It could be work-related stress. It could be family stress. It's important that you manage that. And then also salt in our diet. We like tasty food, but that unfortunately does not help our bodies. And increased salt in our diet tends to put us at risk of high blood pressure.
Okay, so one reason you give for why people call hypertension the silent killer is that it shows close to no symptoms.
Yes.
Does that mean that there are no symptoms for hypertension till maybe you have an attack?
Well, not necessarily. The body has its own way of pointing, letting us know that there's a problem. But most of the times we don't listen to the body. So sometimes you could be having just these headaches, persistent headaches that may be pointing to the fact that, okay, your blood pressure, there's something going on in that area. You could also be feeling this dizziness or getting, you are just feeling extremely uneasy. You could be getting recurrent sweating or feeling sweating unusually. It could be a sign that your blood pressure needs to be checked. It's going high. The body just has its own way. Just that persistent feeling of unease is something that could point towards the fact that your blood pressure is getting elevated, and so you need to visit the hospital.
Can it be cured, hypertension, or is it a condition that once you have it, you just have to manage it till is it that kills you or you are off it?
Well, what we usually say is hypertension is a lifelong disease, and it's important that you look at the patient as a whole. So hypertension could be the fact that maybe a person's current environment is causing the elevation in the blood pressure. So you could advise the person on certain lifestyle modifications, as we call it, just to help reduce the blood pressure or to help keep it within a normal range. So these are some of the things that can be done. So depending on the patient and also what the causative reason for the elevated blood pressure is, it can either be cured or it's something that you'd have to live long with.
Is it possible that hypertension can lead to other medical conditions? What are those conditions?
Yes, so the major concern with elevated blood pressure is the cardiovascular accidents or the what we call the stroke. Okay. So a hemorrhagic stroke is it's one of the major complications of elevated blood pressure. So you could be there and then all of a sudden you're getting a stroke. And that is one of the major complications that we worry with persons who have hypertension. Yeah.
Is it population specific? So like you mentioned that we have, looking at the causes of hypertension, it could be that someone is experiencing or would have hypertension because of the environment they find themselves in, because of a situation they find themselves in. So I'm asking that, is it population specific, and in such situations, how do you diagnose it?
Okay, so when we talk about the population, what I would look at is the pediatric population, that is in the children. We're looking at the middle-aged population or the youth, and then we have the elderly, and then we have the pregnant women. So these are the populations that we would look at. So the values for these individuals differ because a child's normal blood pressure is not the same as an adult's blood pressure, and most of the times the cause is mostly different. Mostly children and the youth tend to have more of a secondary hypertension. That means that it's something, an underlying condition that is causing the hypertension, as opposed to the elderly, which is more of because of age, and so they tend to have the primary or essential hypertension more. So and then the pregnant women, it's the pregnancy that is causing the hypertension, or that may be causing or pushing the hypertension. So depending on the patient, which is why we treat patients as individuals and not as a population or as a group. So depending on the individual, what their underlying health condition is, what their risk factors are, then we treat. Is this person a smoker? Is this person binging on alcohol? Is this person obese? What are the stresses surrounding this person? Does this person have any other underlying health condition? How old is this person? These are things that we look out for that lets us know, okay, this is what the person is going to be on. Maybe we can deal with this, and then the hypertension may be in the long run resolved.
Among lay people, there is this misunderstanding between what hypertension is and what high blood pressure is. Is there any difference between high BP and then hypertension? So hypertension is basically high blood pressure. Okay. Yes, but persistent elevated blood pressure is what we term as hypertension. So there's someone that could come to the hospital and the person is fine, everything is okay, and
you check their vitals. The vitals include the blood pressure, the temperature, the pulse of the person, the oxygen saturation, and then we add on the weight and then the height, just so that we can calculate certain things. And the blood pressure is elevated. You notice that maybe this is a young adult male, maybe 35 years old, comes in with a headache, and you check the vitals, and the blood pressure is maybe 145 over 98. Now, you're not going to say that the person is hypertensive, and so you're going to start this person on medications immediately. Because once you start on medication, the person will have to continue for a long period of time. So what we usually do is you look at the person as a whole. Okay, this is an isolated case, blood pressure, and we usually do a repeat of the blood pressure, because some people tend to have what we call a white coat syndrome. And so when they get to the hospital, they have that anxiety, and that alone can elevate your blood pressure. And so we don't just say, hey, this person is hypertensive, start them on this, start them on that. You know, there's several things that go into diagnosing a person with hypertension. So we check the blood pressure, we do a repeat of the blood pressure, and then if we notice that it's possibly maybe the same or has reduced by maybe 10 or maybe 5, then we ask the person to do what we call a blood pressure profile over a period of time, just so we can have an idea of what their blood pressure is doing in their usual environment. So the person is going to check their blood pressure in the morning when they wake up, and then in the evening after all the day's stress before going to bed, consistently for about a week or 2. And we check the average, and based on that, we either start the person on medications or we give advice.
Great. In a moment, we'll be going for a commercial break, and after that, we'll look at treatment. But let's look at this stereotype out there that most often, if you have hypertension, which most people refer to as BP or high blood pressure.
It is BP.
Yes. And
to the layman.
Yes, to the layman. You can just relax, be calm about it, and then everything will be all right. Is that the case? Or is there any truth in that?
Well, there is some extent of truth. You know, once your body is in a certain constant state of anxiety, like I mentioned, the white coat syndrome, people get into certain environments and they are anxious, their blood pressure rises. So we look at the person's holistic picture, which is why we ask for the blood pressure profile. What is their blood pressure doing like maybe at work? What is their blood pressure doing like after a day's activity? What is their blood pressure doing like when they wake up in the morning? So these are certain things that we look out for. So it's not just about saying that, okay, you're diagnosed with hypertension, and so that's just it. It's not an isolated thing.
Okay.
There's a lot that goes into diagnosing a person with hypertension.
Great. Let's go for a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll look at treatment for it and lifestyle choices that we can take as individuals to reduce our chances of getting hypertension. Welcome to Health Focus on GhanaWeb TV. We're talking about hypertension. I'm Elliot Nuete. I'm still here with Dr. Vanessa Mensah Kabu. So before we're about talking about medication and then treatment for hypertension. How is it treated? Is it something you start and stop when the condition goes down, or is for life?
So everything is patient specific.
Okay.
Yes. So when a patient reports to the clinic, depending on what they present with and what we pick up, then we treat. There's different classes of antihypertensives that are there and would be administered depending on what we are treating. We're looking at the race of the patient. Okay. We're looking at any underlying health conditions of the patient. We're also looking at the possible or potential side effects of the medications. And we're looking at the age of the patient. So these are some of the things, and how high the values are is what we'll be looking at before we can say that, okay, this medication is what you're going to take, as well as other things.
We'll be talking about how people living with hypertension should live. But before that, are there preventive measures to prevent someone from getting hypertension?
Yeah, so there are several ways in which a person can reduce their risk of getting hypertension. Lifestyle modifications tend to be one of the most important factors that helps reduce a person's risk of getting hypertension. So the lifestyle modifications, what we mean is your eating habits.
Okay.
What are some of the foods that you're eating? Is your diet high in salt? Is your diet fatty? Your exercise related factors. How active are you as an individual? Are you walking? Are you doing any form of movement at all? And also how sedentary you are. Sedentary means that you're always sitting at one place, you're not active, you're not moving. That can predispose you or put you at a higher risk of getting hypertension. Your alcohol use also, as well as smoking. These tend to put you at risk of hypertension.
Yeah, so you mentioned that one of the risk factors is that when you are inactive, it could lead to hypertension. So what do you have for workers who are seated most often? So corporate world, my work, for an instance, I have just 1 hour of break and I'm behind the desk for most part of the day. What do you have for us?
Well, I mean, lately we find ourselves doing more desktop related activities. Now that technology is advancing, we have people seated more than walking and moving about. But what I can say is, in as much as you have work to do, your health is important because you need to be able to be healthy to do that work that you need to do. So in between the working period, just take a walk. Stretch out. There are certain exercises you can do while seated behind your desk. Just stretch out, move your legs. All you need to do is to move as often as possible. So it's not about just being behind the desk and just always doing that, but just take a 5-minute break and just stretch your body and then just pace or just walk around. Yeah, so that is just the advice.
Thanks for the advice to us in the working space, but what do you have for the general public?
Well, generally, I would say that health should be prioritized. And it's important that you visit your healthcare provider as often and as routinely as possible. Don't wait until something is wrong before you go to the hospital. Visit your doctor. Be friends with your doctor. And just have conversations with your doctor. What can I do? What can be done so that I don't fall ill? Get to know the vaccines that you can take. Get to know what can be done to prevent certain diseases. Get to know what your values or baseline values are. There are most people that are walking around, they don't even know what their genotype is. They don't know what their standing blood pressure is or their regular blood pressure is. They don't even know what their blood group is, simply because the hospital and them is like 1 in 10.
Yeah.
It's like hospital is here, they're here, but it shouldn't be the case. Visit your hospital, visit your doctor as often as possible. You know your body's best and you are the only one that'll be able to tell what is wrong. So once you pick up anything unusual, please visit your healthcare provider. We don't bite.
Doctors don't bite. That is Dr. Vanessa Mensakabu. Elliot noted the show has been held focused on GhanaWeb TV. We spoke about hypertension. Again, if you see any changes in your body, do not self-diagnose, do not self-medicate, visit a doctor. Let's meet same time next week.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation.
For some time now about the minority and the majority side, they had to go to court. But most importantly, we are supposed to pass an appropriation bill. The date has elapsed. What do you think are the implications of this, particularly moving on to an election year and then subsequently in 2025?
Great, thank you very much. I think that this is a very difficult situation we find ourselves, and as an organization, and for that matter, civil society, we are very much concerned and worried that by law, the executive, and for that matter, the Minister of Finance is mandated to have presented the budget by the 15th. Because of the impasse in Parliament, this hasn't been done. So what is the implication on that, as far as 2025 is concerned? The country cannot be shut down because of the impasse in Parliament. The executive has a responsibility to make sure that regardless of the impasse in Parliament, the executive has the mandate and the duty to work with the legislature to make sure that this mandate, which requires that, and this is even an election year, is very much critical because government might change. Even if it's the same ruling party that wins, it still would mean government would change. So it is more critical this year that we are likely to have a complete shift, and we would definitely require that 3-month caretaker budget to happen, so that whoever forms government, whichever party forms government, would then have something to rely on up until the first quarter to develop its budget. So this is a very critical situation we find ourselves, and I think that as a country we have to lay the blame as it is now on the executive for having been able to intervene. Of course, there's an issue that has gone to Parliament and all of that. What has been the role of the executive in addressing the problem? We know that in Parliament, the executive controls the majority. To what extent has the presidency worked with the majority side to make sure that this law, which mandates the Minister of Finance to present the budget by the 15th, would not have been breached? And that's a matter we have to look at. But most importantly, the consequence of that in terms of our forward march for 2025. If the appropriation doesn't happen, what are we going to do? So this is a matter that requires the presidency to actually take steps, regardless of the situation we find ourselves in Parliament. Of course, the legal battle has been settled, but it definitely would require that the executive plays a role in this as far as we are concerned.
Thank you very much, Alaji. Do you think this situation that we have in Parliament could undermine public confidence in whichever government that takes over come January 7th?
Yeah, it can depend on how it's managed. Of course, given how it's been managed, public confidence in terms of our institutions, our arms of government, I am sure the recent Afro barometer has indicated. I mean, public confidence in our institutions in terms of how they are able to deliver on their mandates is reducing year on, and that's something that whether legislature, the executive would have to pay attention, but also most importantly, the judiciary. All of these arms of government are supposed to work collaboratively to make sure that the governance of this country is actually, moving in a way that all of us would desire.
Thank you very much. Now let's come briefly to the economy. What do you think are some of the long and short-term repercussions of this impasse in Parliament, particularly on government policies and how they are going to roll out some of their policies?
Yeah, so as far as we are concerned, the government side had a number of, policies that were supposed to be laid in Parliament. Most of them required, some had to do with facilities. that would definitely be used to, shore up our economy. But the fact that these facilities, for instance, some of those loans that were expected to, pass through, to the extent that it has not happened, already as a country we are beginning to feel, the impact of that. But the impact would even be more dire if nothing is done, and then we move into 2025 without some of these, interventions that could have cushioned the economy, because we do know that we are not in normal times. And to the extent that government had come up with innovative ways in terms of, specific facilities to help cushion the situation, if it doesn't happen, it definitely has implication on the economy and the livelihood of Ghanaians in general.
Alaji, just quickly still on the economy, we have a lot of international development partners. We are already on an IMF program. The World Bank is also a partner for us. They do a lot of projects in the country. How do you think this is going to affect our relationships with some of our international development partners?
Well, in terms of the IMF, we have a program with them, and if this situation is not addressed, it will definitely have implication on our next review. We've set ourselves some targets, and most of those targets would be achieved if some of these facilities and interventions government had planned were able to go through. So it might not be an issue of relationship, but it will be more of how we are able to achieve these targets. We have a program which has set milestones and targets. So if we don't achieve that, it has implications on the ability of the fund to release the remaining funding that we expect from the IMF. So what is happening definitely has implication on the current IMF program. And that is why government has to be concerned. And the executive has to take steps to make sure that this situation is curtailed.
So recently the speaker said they have to build consensus. This issue could have been resolved initially by coming to him, both parties sit down and all of that. How important is political negotiation in addressing this particular impasse? Because we are in uncharted territory, actually.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think globally, political negotiation is what has worked everywhere. And for us in Ghana, the very moment we found ourselves having a hanged parliament meant that it was non-negotiable. We needed to have a situation where political negotiation would have been the order of the day, given that no party has the clear numbers. And so, without having to resort to, the judiciary, and for instance, using the legal arm, we could have actually negotiated. It doesn't mean that if today you are majority and tomorrow you are minority, government business should shut down. In other countries, governments, are a minority and they're able to negotiate. That's why we have lobby. It's normal. Why is it extraordinary? Why do we think that it cannot happen in this country? And that's something we need to begin to think about. We might have a situation in Ghana tomorrow where the party in power would have less numbers. Does it mean that government will not function? Is that what it means? And so, political negotiation is very critical. And as a country, we have gotten to a stage where we need to begin to see that as one of the tools to be able to resolve differences, whether between, political parties, between, the various arms of government. Because we are beginning to see a head-on collision, given what we are seeing between the legislature, the judiciary, but also the executive. But these are all states, institutions that have clear mandates. And so to the extent that we are not able to adopt political negotiations, and there are aspects that can help those institutions. Of course, when this happened, I had Austin Game and some of those aspects who are very good in negotiations, trying to intervene to see how this could have been resolved. And that is a role we had expected the executive to play, not to interfere, but to find a way to make sure that there was a mechanism to address the situation.
Finally, two quick questions. What exactly is Sen Ghana's position? What message would you want to send out there, particularly to the executive, to the legislature, because they seem to be in this tussle? And finally, in your opinion, what key lessons do you think government as well as lawmakers should be drawing from this particular crisis?
Yeah, thank you very much. So for us in Sen, our position is clear. We are saying that, first of all, the law has been breached. By now, we should have had the budget presented, and we should have been in the process At least Parliament should have been in the process of reviewing that to come out with the appropriation. As we said, that hasn't happened. And so we expect the executive to take that extra, effort to work with the legislature to make sure that this happens as soon as possible. I am sure the door for negotiation is still not closed. It's still open. And if the executive is very much committed, it still can work with the legislature to make sure this happens. This is the only way we can curtail a potential crisis or government shutdown, come next year. And that for us is very critical. So, we think that, as I said earlier, the best is for us to recognize that as a country we have a constitution which is clear on the various rules of the arms of government. Of course, sometimes there are issues within our constitution, but it requires for cool heads. It requires for negotiation so that we can always arrive at a situation which would not lead to a complete shutdown of government business. It is not in the interest of anybody for government to shut down. It has implication even for the current opposition. Because if there's a government shutdown, everybody gets to suffer. Nothing happens in this country. And I'm not sure anybody wishes that to happen. And so for us in Sen, we are calling all the stakeholders to, adopt a posture that allows for a consensus approach to dealing with this issue, as has been alluded by the speaker.
Doc, many thanks for
Thank you very much.
It was a very interesting conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
My guest is still Alhaji Momini Mohammed, the Deputy Country Director for SEN Ghana. And we've been talking about the implications of the non-passage of the appropriation bill in Parliament due to a stalemate. I also got the opportunity to speak with some business journalists in the country to also find out from their views and sentiments about the non-passage of this budget, which was expected to be delivered by the Finance Minister in Parliament. Yeah, so Eben, we have a stalemate in Parliament. There's a budget that's supposed to go through the House, but we currently have a stalemate. What do you think the implications of this is going to bother on moving into next year?
Yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, I understand that it's going to affect our budget, because budget has to be approved. And like you asked earlier, with the appropriation bill, it has to be introduced in Parliament before the previous year, before the subsequent year. And so 2025, I can envisage a tougher time for the country. Why is it going to be a tougher time for the country? Because once it's introduced and approved, then it gives an opportunity for government agencies, departments, ministries to be able to expend whatever money, allocated resources that are given to them. But with the stalemate that we are having now, it's going to be tough, I must say. Except that, because what I was discussing with other colleagues was that, so going into 2025, are we going to have a situation where consolidated fund, where some of the money will be drawn from, and the Constitution, if I can recall, it talks about, it's Article 173, where we are obliged under that within that purview to ensure that a certain amount of money is allocated to the ministries. Now, how are they going to do any other thing? It means that they can't. Basically, I don't know how they're going to do it, but so it's going to have implications, and that is going to be dire. For the country. But I hear they are still talking. Well, we've not had any official statement for any of the quarters, but people have suggested that they should speak among themselves, so that they'll be able to address these challenges, so that it doesn't affect us in 2025.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, so Jesse, as of now, we've not been able to pass an appropriation bill in Parliament due to the stalemate. What implications do you think this would have on spending and also government policies, particularly moving into a new year, 2025?
Yeah, okay, so generally we know the appropriation bill is supposed to guide government spending in specific areas, but clearly if this continues and we are not able to pass it, it will lead to overspending, it will affect government expenditure, and totally it will even increase the country's debt, because we might be using monies meant for other projects to finance other projects. So I think going into the election year, we should be expecting maybe more spending on the part of government, and generally this could even affect the budget and Ghana's total debt stock. Yeah.
Yeah, Fat. So tell us, we know the appropriation bill hasn't been presented before Parliament. What do you think this would, what are the implications of this, particularly moving into a new year, a new government come January 7?
So I think the delay in the passage of the appropriations bill has enormous fiscal implications for the country. It could delay government spending for the next fiscal year, which is 2025. And so, but then I think there's still hope, because per the law, the government has up to 31st December to pass all the necessary bills it should pass. So in as much as there is this current impasse between the NDC caucus and the NPP caucus, although it has been resolved, I believe there's enough time, there's sufficient time. There's even a whole month for December, even after the elections, for the Parliament to sit and pass the appropriation bill. So yes, it may be there may be some fiscal implications if it is not passed, but then I'm very hopeful that it will be passed before 31st per the law.
I think that every country needs a budget to run, and considering the current stalemate with Parliament, that would evidently mean that government business will come to a halt. So everything from education to healthcare and others would be affected. But let's just say I am optimistic that the impasse will be resolved and the appropriation for the next couple of months will be put forth.
I mean, you're optimistic, but the timelines are very, very tight. We have about 3 weeks to head to the polls, and majority of the lawmakers in Parliament want to be in their constituency and then campaign for the election. So how do you think a recall is going to work out? They have to pass certain bills. The finance minister has to come before the floor. So we are in uncharted territory. Yeah.
Well, absolutely. Like you said, we're on uncharted territories. Vested interests at this point might be dictating a lot, but then again, we know the implications of a failure to have an appropriation ahead of the transition, if there would be a transition. Whatever it is, there will be a transition, whatever the next administration is. So I'm still optimistic that the relevant stakeholders would come together and get it sorted out.
So we've come to the end of our brief discussion with the Deputy Country Director for SEN Ghana, Ahaji Mumini Mohammed, and we've been talking about the implications of the non-passage of a budget which was expected to be presented by the Finance Minister before Parliament, but that has not been done due to a stalemate. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter @The GhanaWeb, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. I am Mauli Ahonimega. Many thanks for watching.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
With less than 3 weeks to the December 7th, 2024 general elections, all the stakeholders in the elections are gearing up efforts to ensure that the election is peaceful. The Ghana Police Service, which is spearheading the nation's election security task force, will today, November 19, 2024, be meeting civil society organizations under the Civic Forum Initiative Group. The police is expected to brief this group about measures they've put in place to ensure that the election is peaceful, including what they've done so far at the various campaigns of the political parties and what they are going to do on the election day. The police is expected to present a blueprint to the CSOs which will ensure that the election is violence-free, fair, and every Ghanaian is safe before and after the elections. GhanaWeb is here to cover this event, and we'll be bringing you all the updates on the police plan to ensure that the 2024 election is peaceful.
The Inspector General of Police, members of the Police Management Board, members of the Election Emergency Command Center, members of the Technical Committee, leadership of all civil society organizations here gathered, the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you all on behalf of the Inspector General of Police. This meeting is at his invitation and is part of our stakeholder engagement to brief you on our preparation so far towards the 2nd and the 7th December general elections. On this note, once again, I wish to welcome you and enjoy your stay here.
May I now invite Dr. Emmanuel Apete of the Civic Forum to give us his remarks.
We had this invitation from the IGP. I am the Executive Director of IDEC, but when it comes to election work, IDEC mobilizes some of the biggest civil society organizations in elections too. And we come under the common name, the Civic Forum Initiative. And so my colleagues here are all from big organizations. To the left is Reverend Ibe, who heads Odeo, but is a founding member of the Civic Forum. We started work in 2008, and we've stayed together in intervening in very serious situations, working closely with the police and other agencies, including the politicians themselves. So we are happy to be here, and we decided that we are representing Civic Forum here. I mean, the individual invitations will probably going to take place, but I will invite Reverend Dede, who is leading this delegation at the Civic Forum, to speak. We are honored to be invited by you to brief us on how we are going to conduct this election. I can go back memory lane, but I'll just be brief. That these types of engagement with the police security task force, election task force, has been very, very illuminating. I was some 10, 15 years back. We had those engagements, and we were privileged to see some equipment that the police had, and the assurance that even if they are macho men, even your macho women can stand them. And we went around telling people to be cautious, that we should behave, people should behave well. We don't know what you have in store for us this time, but we believe we can only improve. You can only improve on what you've done so far. And so we are here today at your invitation to hear what you have to say, so that we can also learn from you, ask questions, and in our education, calling everybody for peace, security, as we head towards the election. Be confident that those who are entrusted with providing security, safety, and order, law and order in our society, are up to the task as we've been briefed.
When you meet a retired Reverend Minister and a host of your uncles and big brothers at a meeting like this, you become very cautious and humble. And I am. So, because they have spoken and they stood on the existing protocols, I'm also trying to copy from them. Because as our elders said, Okoton Wano. And I also want to recognize the presence of our colleagues from the media, and also using this medium to speak to Ghana. Our beloved country, be a motherland or a fatherland. And the message is simple. We will be having elections in this country every 4 years. And on the 7th of December, we are having another one. From where we sit as the National Election Security Task Force, comprising all the security agencies, with the Ghana Police Service as the lead agency, and by extension, the Inspector General of Police as the chairperson of the task force. We want to assure you the elections will be very peaceful because of the measures we put in place. So Ghana, feel free, Ghanaians, feel free and live your life normal. We have your back. Why am I saying this? This election has been touted as one of the most crucial elections in our history, and rightly so. But knowing from what we have done in terms of our preparation, the assurance is clear. It's taken us more than 2 years preparing for these elections, because we have considered election to be a process and not an event. And these 2 years has led us to produce the first ever election blueprint for this country, covering every aspect of election, be it even religious elections, schools elections, internal political elections, and national elections as we have. And the beauty of this arrangement is that when preparing this document, we have the future of this country in mind in terms of its democratic dispensation. So the document that we have generated for running elections into this country, when we're preparing it, we have 30 years from now in mind. So it's a master blueprint that has come to mainstream election security in this country for the first time, so that it will not be that when election is about to happen, then we start putting ourselves together and try preparing for the election. But we will eat and drink election as if we are breathing in and out air. Because we feel that that is the only way to institutionalize election security within the context of our democratic dispensation in a manner that will inure to our benefit as a country. And this document, since its implementation, you've seen that all the by-elections we have in this country has been very peaceful. You've seen that all other elections, including district assembly elections that we had in this country, has been very peaceful. You have also seen that all the internal elections of all the political parties have also been very peaceful. In addition to that, the instances of pockets of selected violence have also been dealt with in accordance with law, mercilessly in accordance with law, where we go after the people involved, get them arrested and put them before the court. There are few of them still out there, but we have not stopped looking for them. And they know, but they should know this. For how far can you run? For how long can you hide? Because we will not forget you. Because when we forget you, we give you the opportunity to come back and do the things that you do again. So as long as we have booked you in our records, that you are somebody we are looking for, we will pursue you until we find you. The only thing that will stop us from pursuing you is maybe the person person, then that is the end of the game. Until that, the caution is that we know whom we are looking for. Within the pocket of incident that has happened, the few ones that we've not arrested will come for you, and you know that we're ready to come for you. Because we will not allow anybody, be it individual or a group, to disturb the peace of this country. Because we don't have a second gun, we have only one gun. So be assured. Now going into this election, you have also seen that the implementation of that blueprint has brought us to a level. This time round, the component we are implementing is the electioneering campaigning component. So you will see that throughout the electioneering campaign, now that we have only 2 weeks into the whole process in terms of the end of the campaign, you yourself as Ghanaians, as media officers and civil society, you are attest to the fact that the whole electioneering campaign has also been very peaceful because of the security arrangement we put in place, because of the way the political parties and their leaders have comported themselves, because of the way Ghanaians, because of our love for our country, have comported ourselves. So the credit goes to all of us. And it is our prayer that from now till the end of the campaigning period, and also during the D-Day and the post-election period, we'll maintain the same momentum or even improve upon it. So that at the end of the day, the elections will pass in a manner, in terms of peace and security, that has never happened in this country. We, from where we sit as security agencies, we are convinced that is what is going to happen. The elections, in terms of peace and security, we will work together with you to make it as easy, as simple as ABC. So rest assured, we will engage where we want to engage. We will de-escalate where we want to de-escalate. But when we have to be ruthless in the enforcement of the law, within the context of rule of law, we will stop at nothing. And I repeat, we will engage when we have to engage. We will de-escalate when we want to de-escalate, and that is the best option. But we will enforce the law to the letter when we have to do that, because if that becomes the only option. So Ghanaians should be with us, bear with us, have our back, and for us to confront anybody who wants to take the peace of this country for granted. So be assured. So hoping and being convinced that the campaigning period also will end peacefully, we are now focusing on the D-Day and the post-D-Day activities. With the D-Day, using the same blueprint, the work we've done so far has led to the production of 5,400-page security deployment plan, covering every aspect of security for the elections, inside out. And that's how far we've come. And that nature is also first of its kind in our dispensation, where we have such a comprehensive 5,400 and over page document, making sure that the security of this country, beyond, during and beyond the election, is intact. So be assured, we'll share an asset with leaders of civil society when the media are out, and then later in the course of it, from the police side and civil society side, they will come and probably give you what it is consumable from the point of view of security, so that you can also share that with the public. So going forward, we want to assure you that we are ready for these elections, and we'll work together with every stakeholder to make it a success. One very fundamental thing that we are also doing differently that I want to take this opportunity to speak to is the fact that with all the analysis that we've done, you've seen that it is during coalition that some of the critical issues of insecurity do happen. And for that matter, we are currently working with the EC to come out with a standard coalition centers in a way that security will be paramount, such that at the end of the day, these difficulties that we have, where you go to coalition center and it's free for all, where you go to coalition center and so disorganized and everybody wants the attention of the other and we don't know whom to attend to, we'll stop. So we are finalizing it. But to give you a gist of it, is the fact that most of these coalition centers are going to be in a fence wall environment with a gate, where invitation, where entrance to the place will be by people who are supposed to be there, the media, civil society, observers, party persons, candidates, their agents, and everybody who's supposed to be where he's supposed to be will be the people who have access into the compound of that fence wall environment. Then within that fence wall environment, the facility that will be used also is having an enclosed with doors whereby another set of people who qualify to be there, making sure that everybody who's supposed to be there also there will be the people who will be also allowed to enter there, and together with the media, the party candidates, their agents, observers, everybody, so that the transparency will be there for everybody to know. In effect, it is being handled along the same lines how the national presidential election is collated at the EC office, where all the people who matter at the office, and it's not open in the park, whereby when people feel uncomfortable and they know they are losing, they charge their supporters to do things that affect the law. We are not going to do that this time. And we invite all the stakeholders to support us, and us means the security agencies and the EC, in actualizing this beautiful concept of ensuring orderliness. Because when you come to the coalition center, the plan we are working on, you see that we have provided chairs, the place is set up as the people come from the various polling stations to the coalition center. When you come, there's a queue from polling station 1, you come, you sit down, the next polling station sit by you in that order, and then the people who are collating will call you in turn in an orderly, well-organized, mature, decent way that project the goodness of the Ghanaian and the black man. So this is what we are going to do. We are still finalizing it. We need your support and getting everybody on board. So in summary, colleagues, uncles and fathers from civil society, media, and Ghanaians, we, the security agencies, we are ready, well prepared. We do whatever it takes to protect the peace, security of this country. Come with us on that journey for us to make Ghana proud and make Africa proud at the end of the day. I thank you very much.
Police for that comprehensive brief on preparations towards the election.
My name is the Reverend Father Michael Kweku. I am Director for Governance, Justice and Peace of the Ghana Catholic Conference, and also forms part of the Civic Forum. we were invited to have this stakeholder engagement to acquaint ourselves with the preparedness in terms of security going into this year's election. I must personally say that I am very, very reassured by what we have heard today. The preparedness of police, the rather detailed preparations made from deployment and to making sure that the various polling stations are properly, provided with the security apparatus and personnel. So we are rather reassured, and we want to assure our brothers and sisters Ghanaians that from our part, we are convinced that the police is prepared and willing to deliver their bit in security terms towards the peace and the success of our impending election.
This afternoon, the Inspector General of Police, leading the Police Management Board, invited the Civil Forum Initiative for a discussion on police preparation towards the general elections that is ahead of us on 7th December. As part of the briefing, we touched on our deployment plans, security for the various polling stations, issues regarding hotspots and our deployment arrangements. We also highlighted preparations for collation centers and generally everything that will ensure that going into the election, the Ghana Police Service, working in tune with all the security agencies, will ensure that there will be peace, security, law, and order. After the briefing, the Civil Forum Initiative took turn to ask various questions which were explained to them regarding our preparations for the elections. And one major thing that the Inspector General of Police highlighted, which I would like to reiterate, is the fact that his assurance to the good people of this country that the National Election Security Task Force, we are ready to ensure there will be law and order. Any Ghanaian citizen should step out confidently to come and exercise their civic responsibility, and the police will do our part. He also sent a caution to any person that is intending to perpetrate any acts of violence that our officers are poised, ready to deal with any situation that may arise. We will engage when we have to, we will de-escalate when we should, but we will enforce the law to the letter when we must.
We've heard from the Inspector General of Police himself, who is the chairman of the nation's Election Security Task Force also. These elections are going to be peaceful, and the police are going to ensure that it is peaceful. He's saying that anybody who caused trouble will be found and dealt with. That's the message from the Inspector General of Police. He also indicated that the nation has been using an election security blueprint, and this has worked for all the elections that have been held so far for the past 2 years, including the elections of political parties and then the parliamentary by-elections that have been had in the country. He also indicated that the police, together with the EC, are coming up with measures to ensure that the coalition centers, which are often the centers for disputes, are well secured, to ensure that not everybody enters the centers. Only people who are authorized will be allowed to enter the center. Reporting for GhanaWeb, I'm Ishmael Batoma. Keep watching GhanaWeb TV.
After a long drive of over 160 kilometers away from the national capital, our location today is in one of the 18 constituencies in the Volta region. On today's episode of the Campaign Trail on GhanaWeb TV, we focus on the South Day constituency, a constituency with over 30,000 electorates. Join me, George Isi, as we embark on this thrilling experience.
When you go to our school right now, we are having a lot of challenges in the school, whereby I cannot be able to mention all of them. But the stature of the school right now is very, very, very poor. And this is the district capital of Southdown. But for the past 10 years now, when you go there right now, you will be shocked that this is the district capital school. It's very, very, very bad. Very, 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 very bad. And then the DC, he is not even doing anything about it. Go to the other schools. They are doing well. But when you come to the district capital, we talk about the populations of the school, I think from first year to third year, they are not even up to 1,000 students. Because when you look at the stature of the school, it's not good, so the students are not willing to come. So that's the only thing I can say about education sector now. I could say maybe the only source of employment in this town is farming. And I hope the government can do something to help them. If there is nothing like a company in this town that can contain the youth, I think helping them with their farming activities, I think that would be a best idea. Okay, when we talk about the MP, I could say, I may not say that because I'm an NDC member, but I could say he has performed very well. But when we talk about the DC, as I'm telling you, in our school right now, when you go there right now and you ask me, oh, this thing is being done by the DC, I may tell you that it's a lie. Because the only thing that I know they are doing there is borehole. And then the borehole that they have did there is no water coming. So there is nothing that I can tell you that, oh, because of this, he is the one. But I can assess them, when we want to assess them, the DC and then the MP will carry about 80%, whereby I'll give the DC 20%. That's the only thing I can say.
We can have assembly here, whilst we will be lacking a lot of things. When they bring the school bus, they'll transfer it to Peki Senior High, Tongo Senior High. They're having a lot of buses there. Peki Senior High and Peki Secondary Technical. They're having two or three school buses. That are new. But the school here is lacking a lot of things. Especially Peve. We don't have any good things in Peve. If not this road. Apart from this road, nothing else. When you go to Peki, they are doing their minus road to their various towns. But here, they don't mind us. Especially, we have one road here from here to Toji. When you are going there, you think you are going to a village. But when you get there, before you know, there is a special town there. Just recently, our DC from Afajato came and promised them that they will do the road for them so that they will vote for him. But just from yesterday, I saw they brought the machine there. They start the work. In Peve, yeah, two of them, I send them out because they see Peve like nothing to them. They go by to Peki and Tongo because if you take Peki, for instance, the DC is having a population there. Or you take Tongo, for instance, the MP is having population there. So there, I don't think they don't care about we.
So then the question is, will you vote on December 7th?
Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No, I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
Actually, for me, I use motorbike. Actually, this tricycle. And I'm also the chairman for the Okada boys in this area. Let me see here, for Peve. So we are looking forward from the district assembly that they will help us in a lot of things where we park our motorbikes and all that stuff, but the district assembly is not helping in any way. It's only the MP who has done a lot for us, the motor riders. He has given us license. In fact, a lot. He helped individuals. He's doing very well. The MP, Dapia Mepo, He's doing very, very well. But as at the assembly, the things that we are expecting from him, in fact, we are not seeing anything. We are not seeing anything. It's making our job very difficult. And, you know, one way or the other, the police are also disturbing us. But now, the MP has solved that issue of the police and all that stuff. Yeah. Let me say, our road, the main road there for now on is okay. But in the community, there are places that the roads, gutters and all that stuff are not good, which we are looking forward that the constituency, they will help us put things like that in place. Then where our lands are positioned, even there's no road to the lands that we can use. So we are looking forward that they will help us get good roads to that places, that we can be able to access the lands and even water to that places too. It will help us a lot.
I can say like we lack like job opportunities and then water as well. We face challenges like water, then electricity as well. For me right now, like what I said earlier, that I don't see any of them a performance. So how to make me vote for them is that I'll just follow the crowd.
I can say the major challenges like our road from here to the other side there is not Todome. That side is not well constructed, and the cost of like food items, and then the cost now. Yes, and then we like this. We need some some youth so that they can help us. Like we are doing handwork, so they can help us like youth employment, and then they will help us, and then like they will get some tools for us, and they can help us. This election, I don't sure I can vote because the way things are going on, like it's being complicated. So I would like not to vote this year, and my motivation is not there for me to vote.
So we have with us the Member of Parliament for South Dai, Honorable Roxin Nelson Kwame Eche-Defiamakpo, to tell us his journey so far and what is motivating him to seek re-election and how the entire campaign is going. Honorable, thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure to have joined you, and you were in my constituency to do some work. I believe that you saw how the terrain is in my constituency. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to the other matters.
I would concede to you that on the national level, Roxin Dafiamakpo is a well-established name with a lot to be talked about, and that is known to a lot of Ghanaians. But at the constituency level, even though you said you don't want to tout, I would be happy if you can tell our viewers some of the achievements or some of the benefits they've had from the Roxin Nelson tenure over the last 8 years.
Yes, my submission that I won't tout my own horns in respect of my performance in Parliament, in respect of my role in Accra. But in the constituency, fantastic achievements. If I'm sure before now, the Eastern Corridor Road had been such a major concern for my people. My people from Ajebui, Sahwe, Kpongboni Kofe, Alaji, Bokofe, Kable Kofe, Jakiti, Germany, Chanakpe, Atokulukpo, Agodake, Fantikofe, Bajikpe, Dausu Kofe, To, Dugan, Ahon, Anglaton, Chita, Benito Kofe, Ticha Kofe, Abui number 2, Solomon Kofe, Kaira, Golovime, Chate, Baibome, Pachahwe, Todome, Soji Kofe, Anaglate Kofe, Mamiwata Kofe, Glokpo Kofe, Vugbaji, Peve, Akpato, Belame. And of course, let me there, when we get to Chokpo Kofe, Vegbe Wawasi Camp, all the way to Sanga and Anyensu and Chino.
You really do know your community.
Yes, and then Jake, Avetile, Afeviofe, Chame, Blango, Jugbati, Wudome, Agbate, and Ajokwe. Then my farming communities dotted along the Kajakpe Hill, which is Kajakpe, Agon, and Yinibu. All these people, the completion of the Eastern Corridor was a major concern. And so I was always on my feet asking questions. I raising issues about it. It got to a head when sometime in 2018, I had to lead my youth to go and demonstrate in the street of Peve on a certain market day. Some policemen who came to fire at us. Fortuitously, nobody was hurt. But it was that event was covered by a lot of media houses, including Joy and TV3. And Joy made it a headline news. So I was informed quietly that the president saw it on at the late night when it was repeated, and he wasn't happy about the scene. And of course, where we were demonstrating, you could tell the horrible nature of the road. So he directed that the road be repackaged and awarded to First Sky. I must say that First Sky has done remarkably well. He's done the first phase of the Eastern Corridor, stretching from Maskuma all the way to Have. He's done the first phase. So as we speak, it's around Ajokwe, starting with the second layer. So it's made travel through the constituency a bit with ease for travelers who are applying or going through the constituency and traveling to other places. But in respect of other feeder roads, it's always been my duty as the MP to use part of my 5% of the common fund that comes to MPs from the share that go to the assemblies to rehabilitate and grade. So I've done the roads from Todome through to Germany, 23 kilometers. I grade it every year. This year I just did the grading in July. Then I grade Germany to Ajewi, which is 6 kilometers. I've just done the grading. I've just graded Jacket to Anum, which is 5 kilometers. I've just graded Tanga to Chino, which is 2.5 kilometers. I've just graded the 1911 Park, which is central in Pekis. In Pekis Central, it's like an internal route. So from Chame to 1911 Park, it's just about 1 kilometer. I've just graded that one too. I do them every year. It's an annual ritual that I do. In terms of education, I provide mathematical sets for BEC students every year that they write. This year, I did it. I have provided laptops for teachers who teach ICT in my constituency. I've done the phase 1 by providing 24 laptops to ICT teachers to help them improve the ICT teaching. Aside that, I've used my part of the MP's Common Fund to rehabilitate classroom blocks in Agodeke and Sanga. As we speak, I am rehabilitating another pavilion block in Sanga into a fully roofed 4-unit classroom block with one of the rooms to be reserved for ICT infrastructure. Then I have also contributed by way of assisting other schools, other communities to have input from NGOs like Pencil of Promise. So if you get to Jogbati now, there's a very big school that Pencil of Promise built for us. That is an NGO, so in partnership, so I had to lobby for it. Now, when we get to health, I provided hospital beds for all the CHIPS compound and health centers at Bongmonikope, Chanakpe, Dugan, Kaira, Abui Chita, I should say, Chate, Peve itself, which is the capital, then Todome, then Ajokwe, and then Wudume. But these hospital beds are well labeled, and like I mentioned, they are found in all the health centers, for instance, in Ajokwe, in Agbate, in Wudome, in Chame Government Hospital itself, and the Jake Health Center, and of course at Sanga, and then at Jinu. Now, I have also provided essential medical equipment, which are also labeled like sphygmometers, pressure machines for taking pressure and all. I have done all that. I have recently donated 2 truckloads of essential medical supplies to the district directorate to be distributed even to all the health centers in the district. Now, when I became MP, there's no office for the district health directorate, so they were operating from a very small place. As we speak, I'm building a brand new 10-bedroom district health office at Kweve. It's been roofed now, and so it's part of my interventions in the health sector. In addition to that, I have sponsored persons in the health sector who want to do an upgrade in terms of their professional training or enter nurses training and become nurses. Persons like orderlies who now wants to go for full training and become professional nurses. I've assisted them with scholarship from the MP's Common Fund. Now, education. I have succeeded in building a kindergarten block, at Peibom. It's yet to be commissioned. And then I've also succeeded in assisting the Germany First Islamic School, which is Answaniya, to be fully furnished. When I came, there was no Islamic school in South Dine, but now we do have an Islamic school to take care of the Muslim population and the teeming young people who want to be educated under the Islamic curriculum. Now, the other things that I can speak of is about my social intervention. I have lobbied, anytime I hear of government programs, I go and I inquire about it and I lobby. So I've lobbied for Arbor Motors, about 120 to be supplied to our fisher folks at subsidized government prices. I've also recently just lobbied for sewing machines for our young apprentices from Ghana Enterprises Agency, headed by Madam Kosi Yankee. Southern, last year we benefited. This year we have also benefited again. About 79 of those young people, young girls, have received the machines. 10 of them have received hair dryers. That is for people who are into hairdressing, and one is into bakery, so he got an oven and a cylinder. So about 89 people benefited. The same day as the MP, I granted scholarship from under the MP's Common Fund worth 150,000 to 47 students, tertiary students who hail from South Dine. Now, in respect of other government projects, government projects are centralized. So if you don't lobby for the projects, they won't come to your constituency. I can speak of, apart from the Eastern Corridor, I can speak of major interventions at Peki Training College, for instance. The 4-story girls' dormitory built by Get Fund was through my lobbying from about 2016, there about when I was a candidate. It's been completed now. It's being used by the girls. The tarring of the Gulfco school roads was also done by First Sky as part of its corporate social responsibility. It was through my lobbying. There's a huge assembly block complex coming up opposite the school administration at Gulfco. That's Peki Training College. It's also through my lobby. It's being constructed by Get Fund. Now, if you leave Get Fund, if you come to Avetile itself, the police station where we have the district police command was completed through the MP's Common Fund. And so the Peki Police District Command no longer is housed in a rented premises. They have their own premises that they occupy. Again, when we go to Peki, my interventions include providing roofing sheets and cement to assist schools anytime the roofs were ripped off and all that. Again, in Peki, I've assisted to rehabilitate the uneven market by roofing it and as well as cementing the grounds. If we leave Peki, if we go to Peki Secondary Technical, there's a brand new girls' dormitory which was inaugurated last year. It was through my lobbying that Get Fund came to build it from about 2016-17. Then again, there's a boys' dormitory that got completed in 2017, again through my lobbying, built by Get Fund. There's an administration block that is about 90% complete. It's not been occupied yet, again through my lobbying, built by Get Fund, all in Peki. Now, if we go to even the school bus that they have now, it was during my time that they got the school bus. I had to lobby the Education Minister, Napo. I had to make it clear that my schools don't have a bus. So when the buses came, he remembered me and allocated one for Peki Secondary Technical. And so was one also allocated to Ekpebe Secondary Technical. The Ekpebe Secondary Technical, there's a classroom block. There's a dormitory which was constructed for boys originally, but because of how sensitive the situation of the girls were, so we switched it. Now it's being occupied by girls, and that is about Ekpebe in terms of the educational infrastructure. I've also assisted them with school furniture, desks, provided hundreds of desks across the district. When you go to the other side, which is Tongochanakwe, it's a brand new secondary school, big one. I'm sure you saw it. It was built during GM's time in 2016 when I was a candidate. It was built from scratch. I made it possible. Built completely by Get Fund. A huge school, brand new, beautiful school. And it's assisting that catchment area to absorb all the BECE graduates from there who want to. Because when I began secondary education, we had to walk from my hometown, which you now know, Tongochanakwe, to Boso, 11 kilometers every day to start secondary education. So I didn't want any of my younger ones to go through such an experience just to receive secondary education. So that's all we have done. In terms of other interventions, I've recently done, Okada is such a major thing in my area, the use of motorbike to transport people. And because they've been having problem with the police in terms of license, in terms of riding license, I've just spent 750 of my common fund, 750,000 of my common fund to procure Okada licensing for 614 Okada riders throughout the constituents. Even as I speak, I have a huge chunk that are also clamoring to be to be catered for. One license costs 1,200 Okada riders license. So it's such a huge investment. So if you look at, and I'm also promoting sports, football growth in my constituency. So teams, community-based teams now. I have teams from Peki Chame Youngsters, the Germany team, the Cheetah team, the Ekpebe team, and as well as the Tongotu Parliament teams. They've all been registered as second division clubs now that will participate at the second division league. And if they do well, then of course they will lift high the flag of Southern in terms of football. Who knows that the next batch of Black Star players can be found in Southern. And are you aware that the name Black Stars originally was borrowed from Peki? There used to be a football club in Peki and they were called Black Stars. And I hear when Nkrumah visited, he fell in love with the name and borrowed it and gave it to the National Black Stars. That story it has to be told at another time.
That's some history lesson.
Yes.
Thank you very much. But finally, like we've agreed, the name Roxy Nielsen is very much known on the national level. So if by the people's mandate you are elected back into the 9th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, what should Ghanaians expect from you?
I believe that they will see a a change in gear, we will elevate the leadership from what I'm offering now. I'll move a notch higher. I'll give them a much more effective leadership, and I believe that with that will come a much more, or many more developmental interventions in their lives. And look, for instance, Agenda 111 that is presently being built in my constituency at Pefe, but for my presence in Parliament wouldn't have happened, because when government brought the phase 1 of the first 45 and made a point that they were building those first 45 in districts where they didn't have existing district hospitals, Southern were left out. They were under the mistaken belief that Peki Government Hospital was a district hospital. But Peki Government Hospital was initiated by the Peki people themselves before government came in to assist or to take it over and run. And so if there is to be a new district hospital for districts that do not have this existing district hospitals, then Southern needed to be considered. And Speaker Malcolm Okoye agreed, and I was considered. And now the project is ongoing. So that is how effective representation of your people in Parliament means. Imagine that day I was like some MPs do, they don't attend to the House. I wasn't in Parliament. Or even if I was in Parliament, the business that day on the floor, I wasn't paying attention. It would have just passed like that. I would have lost that opportunity. There was no way they would have gone back to do it, because they were building 6 in the Volta region. So mine became the 7th. But truth be told, it's a project that is ongoing. And so that is what a good MP, an effective MP, is supposed to do for its people. During the flooding last year, that led to the spillage. A lot of homes, a lot of communities and homes in Southern, Germany, Agodake, Atokolokpo, Jakiti, Bongboni Kofe, Ajewi, they got flooded, Chanakwe, they got flooded, homes got flooded. What did I do? I engineered a media campaign for relief items, and I got a lot of relief items and distributed it to assuage the difficulties that have been brought to bear on the life of my people because of the fact that there's a deluge, So they should expect a much more stronger leadership from me on their behalf in Parliament when next we are commissioned.
Thank you very much for your time.
It's my pleasure.
We wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
One of the communities within the constituency is the Germany, a community that thrives on economic activities. We try to speak to some residents in this community to find out the assessment of governance and leadership over the last 4 years, as well as their expectations for the upcoming elections.
We'll talk about the road condition, and we don't have safe water. We don't have any water that we were using for, maybe for example, like cooking, bathing and stuff, because we don't have good water here. The water here, it is not safe, because there's things that are going, we don't like it. Like people are bathing it, people are defecating inside, people are urinating inside, and we are using that water to cook again, so it's not safe. So if they come to power, they should do something about the water and public toilet too, because we don't have public toilet among the community. So we the youth, we don't have any work that among us that we should do. So if the government can provide some work within the youth so that we can also get a little out of it, we'll be very happy. The leadership, as the 4 years we have entered, I will talk about the road aspect, because they told us that if they come to power, they'll do something about the roads for us. But after now, we didn't even notice anything that it is going on. The road aspect is very poor, and we need good road so that we can we work so that we get our benefit, because the road is very bad. So we want this year they should come to power, then they should do something about the road for us. I'll vote. Because I need a change of government, so I'll vote. properly. Because the government that is ruling us, I can't see any improvement among the youth. So maybe probably if the new one come out, maybe we'll see improvement. So I'll vote.
My challenge right now is that first our road, because we have problem in our road, and because of the road, people don't like coming to our market. First, if they say German market, you see a large or huge people coming to. But now, if it's market, you don't know. Even if I can't lie, you can count the people that come to the market normally Thursday and Wednesday. But now, yeah, you not see a difference between market day and weekdays. So that's my first challenges. And my second challenge is like too much of, let's say, costing. Everything is costing in Germany like Accra right now. Even if you take 10 cities to buy something to eat right now, you find it difficult before you buy 2 KK in Germany right now. What means Accra, you can get 2 KK at some place, 10 cities, but yeah, maybe you get only one and you use the rest of the chain to buy pure water. Even fried fish, you will not get it. And thirdly, for the cost of the fuel make the boats are not coming here. They are going to different markets. Because if they bring the fuel to sell for the boat riders, people will go and buy it and sell, give them at the high cost of things. So they make them not to come here. Because in case if I went to different place to get less than I get more profit than coming here to lose, and I don't get any profit from it. And thirdly, I'll say this big town you just have only 3 public toilets, and sometimes they can lock only 2 and 1 will be working. And see the rich or the large people in this community, we can't contain 1 toilet. And at least we need to have like 5 or 6 in the town, but only 3. And second, my last issue is this thing, health water. Even if it's rain is falling, all from the top to the riverside, we don't know what it carries, but that the same water we fetch and drink, and we don't know what disease it brought to us again. So we need a better health water to drink our body. Schools, yeah, they are trying their best. Health too, they are trying their best. Me, I can consult it like he's not having his own father to work with, so it's like he's having his step or this thing. He don't have his own president to work with, so I will not give blame to MP, because the rule says that work with your own father, not somebody's father. Abi, you get me? So he's working for somebody's father, so we can't. The person's father will not allow him to get what he's supposed to get. Okay. My decision is that the more our father wins, the more we can have works and things for with the youth.
And who is your father you are talking about?
My father is NDC. John Mahama is my father.
As for me, what I see in the town, at the first place in the town, Germany have a lot, and then even the markets. When NDC was on power, I think that is not on power, but just for MP side, yeah, they have changed the town, and then even the station, everything have changed. But when our father just came on power, I think our town have changed to a different place, and then they have not been coming to visit our town. When they will come, and then when they are coming, they will pass through the road, and they see how the road is. But when they are coming, they will just come, and then they will come and lie to us, and they will do this one, they will do this one. But at least lying, and they know that when they are lying to us, they know that we know. But when they are coming to the town, they will pass through the road and they come to the town. And at least even people have been getting accidents on the road. People get a lot of accidents on the road, and they don't want to have been getting a lot of problems to us. So I think when it is come on power, I think everything will change. Because when I see my father on power right now, I think everything have changed to a different place. I mean, we as a student, we completed school last 2 years, and then even we can't even get a job. They don't even want to employ us to get a job, because if we completed school last 2 years, we need to get a job, because going to university is not something that we put on our parents to God, give us money. We have to work and they get something before our parents will help us to go to university. But we didn't get any job, so we need to be in the town hustling and then do other things. So the government have to work on that, but it's not been working on it. You know, there is a lot of fraud things out there, because when you go to social media right now, people will be seeing a lot of things and on the social media. And the things that is not supposed to be saying on social media, people will say that is what the government said. But when you go through it and you want to see that whether what the government said is true or not, you won't see it. the job that will be coming out, there's a lot of job out there we should go and do. When you go there, they will call you later or they will reach you later. So that's all.
So will you vote this year?
Well, I will surely vote because I know when I vote for the right person, I know everything will change.
As that falls here, some 50 days to December 7, so do we draw curtains on this episode of the campaign trail from the South Dai constituency. One constituency to look out for, a constituency with peculiar local politics structure in terms of this contest, where we have an incumbent coming from the Peve area and enjoying his support from there, and an incumbent DCE contesting him. And so South Dai is a constituency to look out for on December 7. And until we meet again for our next episode, my name is George Isi.
I recognize you. The lobbying has started. I can see the next president here. Can you also give us a wave? Of course, the headmistress of Laboni also just left the stage. Can you also give a wave? I can see Nana Afra Sika Mensa. Nana Afra, let's see you. And my friends who are lobbying, no, I won't mention your name now, else everybody will know that you were the one lobbying. I can see leadership from the Ghana Prison Service. Let's acknowledge them. At the right time, we will recognize them formally. Let's rise to welcome the arrival of the Minister for Education and his entourage. Honorable Minister, you are welcome. All right, thank you. We may resume our seats. With the arrival of the Minister for Education, Honorable Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, let me crave his indulgence and, of course, the indulgence of all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to commence this event. My name is Kwesi Kwacheng Frimpong. I speak for the Ministry of Education, and like earlier I stated, I also speak for the Minister for Education. Today we've gathered here once again to witness education transformation in action. Of course, we have been singing the chorus that there is always a link between education and socio-economic transformation. And all nations that has been able to develop obviously develop against the backdrop of education. And so not just any other education, but education that is pivoted on the key variables such as access, quality, and relevance. And so in line with these key variables and of course the broader commitment of government of Ghana to be able to use education as a drive to attain socio-economic transformation, the Ministry of Education has spearheaded a lot of transformation initiatives. Currently, we are going to commission 80 educational projects. The projects are being led by the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and of course, the able and hard-working Minister for Education, the erudite, Honorable Dr. Yao Osei Educhum. They are leading this commissioning in all 16 regions of Ghana. And we are here to witness this historic moment And I'm sure we are all happy to be part of this commissioning. The nature of the event will be that we will be picking some live feed from various centers. If you go to Pesempe, we have the regional minister doing some commissioning there. If you go to, for instance, Ashanti region in Sewa, there is also a commissioning happening live there. If you go to a place like Bebieni, there is also a commissioning happening live there. And I mean, for the Minister for Education, his point has always been evidence-based communication. And so for that matter, we are not only going to list the schools that we are going to commission, but we are also going to provide live feed and provide an evidential basis for the commissioning. So once again, you are welcome to be part of this historic event. Today is a great day in our history as we commission 80 educational projects in Ghana. I'm sure it's unprecedented. Let's clap for the leadership of this country. On that note, I welcome Madam Aisha Koli from Wesley Grammar School to give us a spoken word performance.
We stand today to honor those who pave way for minds to grow, for futures to sway. Our education ministry, we salute you for building bridges to a brighter tomorrow anew. With every brick, with every beam, you construct more than just a dream. You craft a haven where young minds thrive. You construct a haven where young minds thrive, where knowledge is key, where potentials is survival. Where knowledge is key, where potentials survive, new school structures rise like beacons bright in our communities where hope takes flight, a promise kept, a future secured for generations yet unborn and those yet to ensure. Your tireless efforts we acknowledge and praise for creating spaces where curiosity gazes, where teachers guide, where learners grow, where the love for learning forever glows. You are the architects of a better day, where the power of education chases darkness away. With every school, a beacon shines, illuminating paths and opening minds. We thank you for your unwavering commitment to nurturing minds and fostering excellence. May your labor of love continue to bear fruit, and the future of our children forever be rooted. May these new structures stand as testament to the power of education's transformative intent. May our communities forever flourish with the knowledge, skill, and wisdom you nourish. We celebrate you, our Ministry of Education, for building foundation that sets our children free to soar, to dream, to achieve, and to be the leaders, the innovators, and the game changers we need. Thank you very much for your service, your dedication, and your unrelenting passion for education. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Aisha. The next speaker is nobody else than the Honorable Minister for Education. But of course, before I welcome him on stage, let me take the initiative to acknowledge the presence of some key individuals. I can see Dr. Eric Nkansa of Ghana Education Service. Doctor, shall we give you a wave? I can see the Executive Director of also the National Service Authority. A wave, please. So as we proceed with the event, we'll introduce the rest of the dignitaries. But for now, let me take this singular honor to invite the Minister for Education to give us his presentation. Honorable, you are welcome.
Good morning to every one of you, and especially our students who are here this morning with us. This day is dedicated to you. We want a Ghana where we can all thrive together as a nation, irrespective of where you were born. We want you to have the opportunity so that your talents can be used by this nation for its transformation efforts. Headmasters, Director General of National Service, Director General of GES, Free Senior High School Coordinator, service members, officers who are here, head of various agencies, and our students. Good morning once again. Today we are talking about evidence. We know many years ago politicians will say some things and they won't do it. So you don't trust us. And even when we have done it, another party will come and say they did nothing. So, we are not interested in talk. We are interested in evidence. So we'll take you to various parts of the country as the network allows to give you real evidence in real time of what is going on in terms of commissioning of schools. The ones that we have earlier commissioned yesterday, the day before, we will also show you. And the rest that will be done December 2nd, as the next batch of schools, will also show that to you. Our game plan is to ensure that every child has opportunity for quality and relevant education. So this is not a day for too many words. It's not a day to talk to you. It's a day for you to see and appreciate what we have all achieved together as a nation. And when you look at our public schools, that has been around for many, many years. The famous rectangular shaped buildings painted brown and yellow. Very soon, they are giving way to new kind of schools at the junior high school level. You've seen this, brown and yellow. And the children wear brown and yellow uniforms. This morning, we commissioned the new St. Barnabas Anglican School. And you will see that change has come to our nation. If we have the pictures, if you could please show me St. Barnabas, where we just came from. See, this is the new St. Barnabas. But before this, let's take a look at what it used to be. I think that this is it. This was St. Barnabas 8 months ago. This is where the children of Osu were being educated. Dilapidated buildings, leaking roof, no ceiling. I had a nice time with them though when I visited the school. The children were so respectful and nice. This is my visit to St. Barnabas. This was my visit to St. Barnabas, an Anglican school. You can see the blue. We had a nice time together, but I left there and I informed the president, Mr. President, we need to do something. And I was fully determined that things will change here. And this morning, change has come. If you have the new pictures of St. Barnabas, you see the building with no ceilings now has ceiling fans. That is how you know change has come. The pictures that we brought this morning, total transformation of St. Barnabas. And we go beyond St. Barnabas to other schools across the country. But it's a symbol of hope that the dwellings that you saw is no longer what is happening at the junior high school level. I'm sure you saw the students seated. The video people, if you can please follow my instruction here to be helpful. You saw them seated in a very different way, on dual desk. And I'm sure our senior high school students are familiar. Yeah, you see the dual desk. This morning, they are seated differently at the junior high schools. And you can see that we want to really change the learning environment. This is the desk that they have. And they were seated here this morning. We cannot educate 21st century children in 19th century buildings and expect 21st century outcomes. It's not going to be. So we have moved, and you can see that you have children who are excited about what change means. I'm sure you have the pictures of St. Bernard. That's the first one we need to show before we go around the country. The president just left at St. Barnabas, an excited president, an excited audience. The parents were there. Traditional leaders were there. And they've seen what it means when you talk about transformation. If you don't have the pictures, you can signal me and then we'll move on. All across the country, you see that we've done many, many different things. You have the images of Jetokwe. You can show it. The school has been commissioned, and this is in Southton. The environment was very, very different. Today we have a new school, and this was one of the structures at Southton, at Jetokwe. This was where the teachers will sit. You know, it's almost like a staff common room right there. The classrooms were in a West shape, but they also embarked on STEM education. In the 1970s, we are 50 years behind, but at least we have begun. And definitely, the evidence that we are showing you here is going to tell the story of how the journey for STEM transformation began and where we ought to be and where we need to be in the next few years. Thank you so much, PRO, for giving me this platform. I think as the various locations come live, I will be able to see it. And you will be the witnesses in terms of what we have done. It's not going to be a day of talking. It's a day of evidence. A day where we tell you that these are the locations and these are the things that we have done. So I think the technical people are trying to link up with different locations across the country where their reporters are witnessing the commissioning of various schools. But until they get to that point, I think we can show some of the other works that has been done in various locations like Nyinahini, new school that have been commissioned there. I think they will show you a few. These are some of the locations across the country. You have Bomprugu. There are about 2 locations there, Mamprugu. You have Kasana Nankana, Kasana Nankana West, about 4 different locations. And you have Nanumba South, Napairi. It's an E-block, which was begun by the previous government. We continued, and we have completed it, and it has been commissioned. Agotimi Ziope is another E-block begun by the NDC government. We have continued, and we have delivered. The schools are going to be used. All across various regions, you're going to see Asunafu North, the Chem, they've commissioned. Commander Edna Eguafo Ibrahim commissioned. Efia Kwesimintim Window, College Crotes St. Barnabas, Doma East Methodist, DA Junior High School, Doma Central, Esikasu, number 1 Methodist, Kumasi Metro, Bantama, State MA. You go to Efijakwa, then I'll say DA Primary, Fantiakwa South, Bosuso Presby, Adaklu, Kajobi Amdo Basic School, Southton Jetokwe Basic School, Yellow Krobo, Azar MA Basic, Sunyani West, Damesua Methodist, Doma East, Kuma Jimre DA Basic School, Kwabi Brim, Ebenezer Methodist, You go to Bibiani, Bekwai, and she has more KG Primary, Binduri, 6 unit classroom block, Bosomche, Espresso DA, Accra Metro, Salvation Presby, Mile 7, Jabin, Esase Methodist Primary School, Fantiakwa North, Begro Demonstration Primary School, Fantiakwa North, Akumasu East DA Primary School, Fantiakwa North, Begro, Asen South, St. Augustine's Catholic Primary at Achiase, Bia West, Debiso DA Junior High School, Jama North, Asri Presby Junior High School, Akachi South, Setre is there, Asante Achimsa, Asempane. I show me the picture of, if I can see, I want you to see Asempane, how it was. This was Asempane. Are you going to see the children going to school here? And very fascinating story of how this school has now changed. You can see from here, you see the students? So if we continue to tell ourselves that in this 21st century Ghana, this will be schools, you see, this is Asempane. Now let's see the new Asempane. The new Asempane. That is it. And every school comes with 6-seater WC. And we are hiring cleaners for every school. We don't expect the children to go and clean the WCs while they sit in the classroom. So we have cleaners that we are hiring for each one of these schools. Let's move on to another location, Chifu, Atimokwa, and Tefrewoso. And Tefrewoso is a very interesting, the building was a very interesting one. Asante Achim North, APC Demonstration School, Ebuakwa North, AME Zion, New Tafo, Ahanta West, Pumpuni, Secondary Takrade, Ryan Paul, Shama DA Primary School, Secondary Takrade, Diabene, and Esunafun of Ahafumai Basic School. All across the country, these schools are being commissioned. It's fascinating to see Atobiasi DA Basic School, Cape Coast North Apesika MA Primary, Asutifi, Kenyase, Moahu Methodist, Bosomche Nuaso, Bosomche DA Primary, Oyoko, Jabin, Abesiwa RC Primary, Esunafun of Goso KG, Esunafun of Goso SDA KG, Doma West, Krokrom RC Primary, Kwabi Brim, Techima Methodist, Asen South, Asen Nyame Bebu KG. You can move on, Bosomchen, you see Commander Edna Egrafo, Abrim, there are say, Techima, Insuta RC Primary, Busa South, Zioza, Ebuakwa North, Presby, Kindergarten, Mamprugu, Tantala School, Mamprugu, Yezize School, Fantiakwa South, Dome Methodist KG. All across the country, you're going to see various buildings. So at the end of the day, what we are telling Ghana that change has come. And the change will continue. We have to change the course of history of our nation. And as some locations come alive, we'll go there live and see the commissioning in action. Where are we heading?
Historic commissioning of over 80 educational projects across the country. On Monday, 18th November 2024, MMDAs began commissioning completed educational projects in their respective areas. Watch.
Indeed, this is very historic. Shall we all give a round of applause? We can do better. We can do better. Historic indeed. We can do better. Honorable Minister, we are going to have a chat. Yes, we are going to have a chat for the people of Ghana to understand really what is going on. Because, I mean, for 80 commissions to be done in a day, for me, if you ask me, it's unprecedented. But I'm sure you can give the best description of what is going on here.
I am excited, and today I was a bit emotional when I went to St. Barnabas. It's a school I visited 8 months ago. It was in such a disrepair that you will not even believe the closest school to the Ministry of Education will be in that kind of condition. But it was. And it, to me, was unacceptable to have our schools in such a situation. No ceiling, of course, and roofs are leaking. I'm sure when it's raining, they had to quickly get the children to leave the school before the rainfall began. It was a very difficult situation for me to see, as somebody who has worked in the education system in the United States and had built schools in the United States, who the president recruited. And I remember he asked me a specific question: would you consider coming back to Ghana to help me change the education system? So coming back to Ghana in response to his request, change has always been at the top of my agenda. And therefore, I wanted St. Barnabas to see the change. And this morning, if we can see the images of the students, how they were dressed, and how it has changed from the old blue Anglican uniform to black and white uniform with tie, and seeing the Osu children dressed in a very beautiful fashion. At the end of the day, what it tells me is that we can change our nation. Let's make no mistake about it, change can happen in Ghana. What you see is just a symbol of what is possible in our nation.
All right, thank you, Honorable Minister. But let me pass this one. Viewers, This is just an information that is also equally important. The nature of the program is such that at some point we'll cross to different locations and pick what is also happening there live. At some point we may be crossing to, for instance, Baby, there's also a commission going on there. Awaso, there's also a commission going on there. If you go to, for instance, Akumadan, there's also a commission going on there. Asinfosu, there's also Enyinam. There are all other commissions going on there simultaneously. So at some point, we will just cross live when we get the feed from those locations. But Minister,
St. Barnabas, the pictures are.
Yeah, St. Barnabas, yeah, sure. So I'm sure at some point we will also show the videos of St. Barnabas where the president himself led the commission. But Minister, I want to understand, why do you say this is education transformation in action?
You really have to begin to understand that we, at this since 1957, after independence, we did some good things, but you also realize that some countries did some things differently and they've gotten different outcomes. I always cite South Korea and other countries that decided that in the 1970s, they will improve STEM education, introduce STEM education in high schools. And they did. Now we are doing STEM in Ghana 50 years behind South Korea. But the good news is that we have begun. So when we say transformation, we are not tinkering at the edges, doing some small things in Kitibia. No, we are talking about major things. So you don't go to St. Barnabas and just fix the roof. Change everything totally. And when you change, you also have to change the way the children are orientated in terms of how they think and how they behave and how they think they can change their community. So if you look at St. Barnabas, they are going to be doing field trips. We're taking the students to go and see Presec, see Labone, see University of Ghana. We want them to come back to Osu and say, yeah, there's a world out there that we can be part of. We are building their library, making sure they have computers. Everything that needs to be in the school is there. And by the way, they are getting a counselor who can counsel them and guide them, and who can bring in parents, for the parents to see that there's a new dawn, a new day for them. Recently, I got a visit from Sempe Basic School. I asked the teachers, and we arranged for them to take them to Kimpiski. Why? I wanted them to see there's a place called Kimpiski. And that the cost of food there, if they don't work hard, they will never be able to go there to eat. So I sent them there. After that, I had lunch with them. I just wanted them to have a mindset change. So when our vice president, the flag bearer of MPP, talks about teaching growth mindset in our schools as one of its agenda, it's about changing the mindset of the children to understand that they can be the best in the world in anything that they want to do. So, growth mindset, we have all the books. We are beginning now in our schools for children to understand that we can be the best in the world.
Minister,
so when we say transformation, what we are saying is that change everything completely.
Minister, that's it. See, a message I mean, I say, can you tell a man or moton, no more ready for you, almost motion, almost was some kind of chin on TV.
Yo, if you know how no more cars, I'm a question of which into Michia. Michino da so. Now, my mamma knows a mutia, Ghana for you, mutia. The person catcher won't say, as some pebiaba, Nana Adudanko Kufuado, Enna Bediatri, Vice President Mahadu Baumia, Omada Roma, Omani Swadi Hono, and there, Yedi Aye Juma. Now, her Ghana, baby, region Bia, your school for Fry, Bia, and non so I be no strong coquanso. Oko Jetoquena, Cohen Qualana, Shomontari FFF, St. Barnabas, and Cry, Colasho Matari FFF, Dion Mutimun, Koyomtis Okrano, Ayasronco, and Sister Yasronco, and Abba Ghana, and Mumesiamu. Nay, Broom maybe I can't measure someone. It be an hour against our bank, our local school, and no crack, Obana local school, no a year, that chain, Oba no show, a yepa. Naman sending in Puntron Swakojin and Mumesiaso. And Nunti and Yanqualan, Yentimi may be Munkotana baby a honye, maybe no so the always can't walk of private school fair. Yes, say, baby and Qualan will be a mummy and ma or more, a Mumesia Acadia, a more do. Now almost a Dutch a year, no man a Dutch in Peja. enunti enene de eye da pona emayen eye da kese emagana nyina se ukrom school ni bi enye nro hono mu a wonim say Dr. Duchum so mama kwanya na me say Minister for Education 2025 wa ukrom ebi maaye no ukrom ebi maaye a ebe den ebeba enti wanya bia wo hu nkrofo de a mo ani nyima omo ba wo de nam kwam we de empanifo se asempetia na asempetia yi so no me de mesema me emmo ahefo nyina amane se ebra dwumadi ni kwanani mu no ye be crossover akọ baabi a miamia ho so no ye commission ni bi wo ho enye district level commission ni nko ana ye show district level commission there na no Monday na for DCs and MMDCs, one more agent president and then one minister and then one more commission. Then so now we know can say if you call so Miami Abbey, say medical bobo bisunyai and pay president Aibi. The Afro na with the Uma a sabo crossover near Miami commission, they want then also Yakofa every ho live. Now Saint Barnabas are ready. Saint Barnabas are ready. And also the technicians no air share one more a bobo amaye. But minister, project here no. One key variable or say has to do with maintenance. When it comes to the maintenance, I mean, bit about the projects here we. I'm pimping over to Microphone Ghana any maintenance culture. People say that we don't have maintenance culture. I'll tell you this: there's no country has maintenance culture, but they have maintenance budgets and they have maintenance staff, and that is how maintenance is done. So as I speak with you, we have recruited about 50 facility managers. We've started posting them to our high schools. These are land economists, estate management graduates, building technologists. They are going to be in charge of maintenance in our high schools, and we are going to be adding more. Every high school must have a plant manager / facility manager in charge of maintenance. They will report directly to the headmaster or headmistress of the school. Our GET fund is also going to make maintenance allocation so that the buildings that they build can be well maintained. So at the end of the day, we have to be mindful of the fact that if we don't maintain these buildings, it will go into dilapidation again.
Okay.
And Minua, the woman say, "You say idi ehuni ewo dey nyina mu." Enti so hwe edan asisi wa Ghana ni nyina ni DC3 adwuma school bia benya cleaner. School bia wo se nkwala no ko isi WC na omo ane enkope paso ere na yeyi. Tu be he na afi omo asoro agina so ne ebubu no. Enti school bia esi bia no ombenya cleaner. High schools also enya facility managers. Normal any headmasters, any headmistress adwuma amedam hwaife.
Minister, let me catch you. You say Sunyan I ready. One will say on per se the Omo Ayo. Okay. Also commissioning Bako Ecoso. Okay. So yeah, we are just crossing over to Sunyan to also go and take a live feed of what is going on over there. But Minister, before we get to Sunyan, you just mentioned this morning that we were with the president at St. Barnabas. I mean, how did the president feel?
I think he was very excited. I call him the education president. He's giving me everything I need to execute education at the Ministry of Education. So obviously, he'll be excited. Because we've come a long way from when he first visited one of my schools in Los Angeles, and he asked me a very simple question. After seeing what I have done in California, he asked me, would you consider coming back to Ghana to help me change the education system? The response to that question is what has brought me here today. I considered it, and I came to Ghana.
Minister, I have to cut you. We are live at Sunyane. The MC is speaking.
The member of Parliament.
Oh, okay, all right. That is a member of Parliament.
Tomorrow, our children, our grandchildren, will be Before I proceed, please let us stand up and observe and silence. Remember, the minutes
We don't have any other, so that we come back.
So rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, welcome back. Minister, any remarks on the Sunyani project?
The Sunyani project is one of the model junior high schools like the one we've done at Jabin and Achin Ewisa, Chamba in the north and other places. Once you put that building up there, you're able to move students from 7 junior high schools and they come there. So when we commission Jabin, for example, like the Sunyani one, we are going to shut down all the old junior high schools at Jabin. We are moving them into a new building with biology, chemistry, and physics lab, and computer lab, and robotics lab. Everything is there at the junior high school level. It's total transformation of our junior high school system. So the one you see at Sunyani is one of those schools that take over 1,500 students, and you're able, yes, and you're able to bring in students from about 7 junior high schools. So in the case of Sunyani, they are moving some students from Ridge, and then they've also created avenue for other parents who may want to educate their children there.
Minister, this one is only located in Sunyani or
the Sunyani Ridge area.
But beyond Sunyani, do you have others in the
other regions, but not in Bono.
Okay.
Yeah, so we did a model ones for different locations in different regions. So, of course, our goal is that for you to transform junior high schools, communities don't need 7 junior high schools. Some of them are 50 students, 80 students, 100 students. You bring them together under one umbrella so you can give them a library and equip the library for them. So if you see there's one model junior high school, if they show you the pictures of students in their libraries and science lab at Bosumchi, for example, which was done with a 1 million per constituency funds. The government gave 1 million to constituencies, and in my constituency, we decided that we'll create a model junior high school. So you can see there that the students have library. We have science labs that were built by the Middle Belt Authority for a junior high school, a serious transformation. So in these new junior high schools, what we are saying is not just the building, but the equipment that comes with the building, the new way of teaching and learning that comes with the building, new courses that are being offered, music and other things that are going to be offered
in a junior high school.
Junior high school. You see, the bill before Parliament, which we didn't get the free secondary education bill, was to ensure that junior high schools are upgraded to secondary status. So by the time they go to the senior high, they have all the requisite skills. They've done lab reports, they've done everything that you are supposed to do in secondary. So we're bringing back an opportunity for junior high schools to be upgraded and transformed. You do physics, chemistry, and biology there before you get to high school, and you continue from high school. So by the time you get to high school, you've been introduced to most of the scientific concepts, and you get to do robotics in junior high school. So we have a new vision for transformation of education, and the junior high school is a critical component. I've always seen junior high school as the weakest link in the education system. If you didn't get a chance to go to a private junior high school and you went to a public junior high school, you are sitting in dilapidated buildings, there's no science equipment, and then you're going to meet your friends at Wesley Girls who are used to beakers and everything and all the scientific things, and they are lost. We can't create a nation of haves and have-not, 2 Ghanas, Ghana for the rich, Ghana for the poor. The poor doesn't do well in science, so they don't get to do science at the senior high school. So even though they will go to Laboni, but they will not give them science because they didn't do on the BEC. Why should we create a country where the poor locked up in inner city schools and villages don't get the opportunity to do engineering and do science because their grades on the BEC is so bad, and then when they get to the high school, and they're even giving sign they don't do well because they've not been exposed to it. It's a new dawn. So if you look at what is going on there, you can see this is a new paradigm. It's a paradigm shift where junior high schools have been strengthened and upgraded, equipped with all the necessary tools like high schools, so that you can give Ghanaian children 6-year quality secondary education. And that is what the Akufo-Addo government has begun. And when we continue with this, it will be a different Ghana for all Ghanaians. Inner cities of Osu and villages like Jetokoe will be able to get what they need to compete with the rest of our communities.
Minister, thank you. Now, 6-year quality secondary school education, and now for the essence of
secondary school, in fear no process 6 form. In Ghana, secondary school in fear so. And I be by no see him. And you trim, and a secondary school near 2 fear nitrogen, and I can feel me and son. And I say, middle schools now, your honor, your friend junior secondary. You can't see a friend junior secondary, no. Young uncle sister dino.
Okay.
Oh, and Tia Mremono, the kind say, Oba Ghana, your woman say netie, your kindergarten film you know, primary school in Fiancia, junior high school in Fiamiansa, now Munina, a basic. Sani Emrano count, Pre-Tertiary Education Act. And you know, secondary and Casano, a in Fiamiansa. Me who amaya I was secondary in Fiamiansa. By Emran as a secondary in Fiamiansa, and a technical in Fiamiansa. Junior high school now is a Pejamu, na secondary no. Yes,
Minister, we have to cross over to Mampusi.
Mampusi,
yes.
Good.
The Pesempe Model STEM High School is also ready for commission. Yes, the video, we are crossing over there.
I hope so.
For the beginning of its activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gabriel Pelemo, Ono Ena, Italian, Abanyawo, Omemua, Ena, Oyo Penny Abidichi. So thank you so much for your kind words to us. Friends, it's at that special time that I want to listen and to hear from the special person. Minia, Beji.
Some can say, I'm just one here. I'm on fire. I was there for a brother.
Minister, very, very novel.
Yeah.
What does this mean for double track?
Yeah, you see, the enema about Ghana, Sabri, Pasempe, a school, Makumaku dua etise. I did be crabbecam. Now, here Pasempe dena, a school Alcomua, science lab, ya Makumaku do me.
12 science labs.
12 science labs. And yeah, idea, teacher needs to want to say, Bosome and San and Kwanako lab. Chemistry teacher. The classroom and the chemistry lab.
Maybe when it's 12 science lab, schools could doing in a beer.
And do call on one chemistry teacher in the classroom and the chemistry lab. Biology teacher classroom in the biology lab. A Honan Kalano co teacher in it and Kalanaba. Yain says from Kwan, Appropriation no high school teacher needs in the classroom and Kalanako. Ombe Konoa them ho, Kama. Na de so mu ye bia o matimi aye nti wo kopa sempa e ho ye school kesia o mampani asia wo ko on ma wo beka sa university en fa no kure ni esi school we bi wa krodie ahafo ahemfo no beto o mampani anim se fa ye university mine enti menem o ka say e ho nkrata o parliament a ye University of Engineering and Applied Sciences e wa krodie. Regions bebre obia nya school ibu na de fepa e wo mu no so okohwe enkwara ne niam o mafiti ase ya ohubeduru emfidi ase ade mo bia de ama omo enhye pa ase ye ohubia de ama omo headmasters ntitiye eye sonko e do on bankran na abetiti omo no ma ye djuma e kom be fa so a omo be hwe school no we eye school ba ko kese enso e wo awaso e hon kwala na hu omo no.
Minister, before you proceed, I understand there's also a commission going on at Baby
Awaso.
And very soon we'll be crossing over to Baby to also witness what is happening.
Okay.
But you can continue.
Anti uko na ko he Baby nkwala no sua de chemistry seromusi ya no mfidi e wo ho no mu a ebe yo wanwa enti Awaso nso ebe ko ho mbe hu se de si koso na wo hwe we ya class months afidi wi akora nje e friend field chamber for chemistry experiment eno na oye wo mu na bibia nwani na ame hawadwen we any mfidi a de ama high school sa uko Appropriation kra bebe o ha ne bi ni ho me na fofo bi o mu ho mu sam senti wo ye Ghana na so hwe nkwala na nim o mu ye Ghana Mas I teacher original honest smart board and an sanam so says or the sesiswa net neko baby. Enti schools who are full free bank krase no emodu na ni nyina nso e boarding school enti wo krobia so anso utimi eko hobby na utimi kosua de na unim de mu do na oba e de beboa oman Ghana asa yesako baby fufuro
it is Awaso also almost your commission ho je ho so ye kakra na za no wato.
That's Omwoma auditorium.
Your commission, the opening Kasa. Regional is okay. Here, Kakasumra.
Voice.
No one watches a higher to consultant, and also so a share human so. Nana no me in a
Minister, let's say, okay, so commission 80 schools, no. Let's say, no crazy commission 80 schools.
Abroso crass. Mogen kai, Mohun's Abroso. The attendant say, and Ghana for Mother Roma, Sabre, politicians in Bicham, Kuntumpubi and Trem. Moncancher, Dr. Bichum say evidence based. Say also what the Pebi are na you say the evidence based twi mu no ebi anu nyan mo kagiti emu tie me o se me tumra na ma kire usie eno na evidence based communication ni twi na de omo ne say ni aye ka wa ha bia ye no kre kontompo bia anim ena e wo ho no we de mo amohunu.
It's a live
event ena e koso e wo Awaso auditorium no fe school foforo na okay, Assembly Hall and Palano Etimua, a whole IFA, MP, our Bibiani, honorable Ben, one was on the honor, and you will say, Ojina House is the upper from Rebecca to Ojina Hono no Castle.
So, Minister, this is a senior high school.
Senior high school.
Does it have any impact on the whole double track conversation?
No, double track, no need you once and pound. Now, the attendant said, the entire danger double track by. I will for beer per Laboni. They say Laboni pan crofo good gates nature mammy or tia obre. Obia so be call Laboni. Obia so be call Presec. Obia be call Atimota. A quambe soon ever from Bitmi Akubi. Enti abai ayan she says, Kwalam Pim and San a Bitmi Ako Presec. A quambe never faswa. A Bitmi among Kwalam Pim Numako. Enti the ancient school mummy and sign. Mienu oha na ba ko ofie ba ko kwakoma na ba ko abehim ye fa sa akwanya nso amani padodo na timi akọ school bia pese ne ba ko ni bi na ye si adan dodo oho no a ne ayi double track na den afri ho eno ho adwuma ene ye wo beti obi so obetwam se ena me ne wo kasai wo twa double track mu a je se wo ma for one for wachi motor nyina san ko fie fisachi motor na fa 3000 afa 5000 we'll say what your double track more 3,000 a bit me afa 2,000 if an omoko a bani so adi hun say Moman kwala dodo ntimi nko schools akese obi apeso oko ibi Anything your school be gonna be on a double track. Your school be a school the school do na a single track. Ye be school a woman album call ye makwa no nyina akofie. A schools akese na ofo bia person mako bie no. Eni afa kwanfoforo so amani padodo atimi ko bie. Afi me no ka say opoku ware. Enye double track biem. Adentia aban si adan bebre ewo ho ama opoku ware. Empala be empin 9 years omo fa omo no. Omo nte so omo abesa akoho be obi abekwa bom no mama kwan abom. Enti opoku ware afi double track. Tamasco enfie me ni etwa mu ene fi double track. Say a single track. School bebre a few double track or single track. They see a dine ama or muntia. The air can say, near I didn't can say, ma be a school papa numbers on the column will be uncobi. And no actually see a down or who sit dine as any part do it to me qua, no a double track a few. Another strategy in say, see schools for Robbery. Name mom in Sagana ha, school go ha, a bell in fear dunum, and so intimate to Achimota. And to see schools for fraud, now one fat a quan for frost one to 2 or more. I will phone them for a man cock. And today, near schools for Friday, and I call fast assistant headmaster if his school can see me near Nako, near Nako, near Buano, 7 years school be Peja. A Duke or her Abomosu STEM High School at the Sepasim Pay. Yet the assistant headmaster fee, presec, and Akoshe school no so. And that presecking, she say, oh, how my presec high school can say, what they call Bomosu, a bedroom fear no, Nabo Mosun, so I said presec, Nafe, presec, press and I name, a coffin. Sabre, I will for the brebe or Ghana, Minister, on the country or some more per step. Over to Sunyane. Say, I do Sunyane, or move rescue honum, Timbe, Babia, Nananum, and name Penifako, no Namno, a ho, any Sunyane, Model Junior High School. Edan kese pa na wura mu ko na akọ classroom so a wo be hu se eho eye sonko anti Sunyane school no ena ahwefo mo hwe no na eyade a efe se omen be ka se ye madachi ehia yen enti si junior high school foforo ama wo mu minister ye kwatiwa ye kwatiwa nkofo pese show mo de obi a se ye fa ne de mfam nti ye kwatiwa sisi ye ko minister for minister of state for finance honorable Abna Osasare ona okasa no ahonso TV school fe and abayesi ene ye commission. So we are commissioning live the school at a TV school, Applied Technology Institute. I think we are back to, there's competition. Everybody wants the attention. So we went back to Sunyane briefly. Yes. But this is still Atiwa. Oh, you moved to Bosomche. Oh boy. This is Bosomche. We moved from Atiwa. So we moved from Atiwa. We'll be going back and forth. So please bear with us. This is Sewia in Bosomche constituency. This is the chief of Sewia speaking. This is a very happy chief. MP unfortunately is far away from there. So Nana is talking.
Minister, how you come?
I am a constituency.
Nana Niaje
pa.
But what's your project and not say daddy?
We senior high school. Now come chastro now we call a different cry.
Projects and
junior high school or auditorium and assembly hall, classroom block, dormitory for boys and girls. And this is a 21st century senior high school. Everything about it is 21st century. It's a new dawn for our nation. A new dawn for our nation. And it has to be. See, invariably, we excuse poverty for our predicament. We always will say, oh, sikeni hontia. Sikebi and frusra mo. Nanso mampani ka kire me say opesa me sesa schools no. Ye fa kwan bi so nya sky de be adwuma no. E na sika no ba ya, ye de aye adwuma Ghana man. Eto a wutua no. Me as a minister for education, me de be adwuma pa ma. No anya ho emfaso. Enti wutua to e wo Ghana. Eno ena Minister for Finance, I begin with Honorable Ken Oforiata. I say Honorable Amin Anta. Omo boame pa. My kwama horo also kwesresre. Now must be o hanu my ye free bibi bosia. Bebe onso anya bosia kra free bibi grant. Sika fa ye djuma na ma o man entumpon. Enti akwan bia aso no. Ne a Ghana e koso no say ye wani suade hu say o man ngumasua esese esesa. Na yentimi nkase ne South Korea for be pe wa bra enye de South Korea for ye say Vietnam tumrika den de o man e call entokwa movement se mebresi ho enso na okwo Vietnam ba bi o mo nam na nyasam ketwa amfo o mo produce 100,000 engineers. O mo population 93 million. Ye over 30 million. And he said 93 million and kwala no ratio and proportion. 93 million on producing 100,000. Ye over 30 million plus. Say your crescent say 30,000 and she produces 6,500. And the company beer person ye manufacturing what they call Vietnam. And the kase ye person ye manufacturing by nye the Vietnam for ye. To the Vietnam for ye, the South Korea for ye. STEM education and no and abagana. Ya kai tire de emfie duonum achi South Korea for ye no. Ya kai tire ba se ya fiti ase e na ohu ho no.
Minister, very soon we're crossing over to Nkranza. They are also insisting we show this.
Okay. I almost say be free busoncha kon Nkranza.
Very soon. So but you can proceed.
Enti so we are done o honum na. Ghana for nkwala nyina free Ghana. Nkro nyina so beba ho abesua de. Na mfidi e de ama omo nso te se de abrochire nkwala de sua de pepepe. Sebe ya abrochire nsa no ade kire ne adesua ba. E ya abrochire nsa no mpuntuo ene ba ye man no. Eno ena ye ho adwuma. Our fellow Ghanaians, is a exciting day today. You see transformation in action. This is not political talk. This is not propaganda. It's about evidence-based communication. What you see is what you get. Black and white. It's right there. There's no doubt about it that transformation has begun in Ghana. Over 80 schools are being commissioned. From Monday, a number of schools were commissioned. From Jetokwai to Azan to Bunkurugu, a whole number of communities, they've seen different education infrastructure. And today you are watching live commission of schools in selected locations across the country. There are some places that we could not cover live. but commissioning is ongoing throughout the country.
I'm looking at this. Is your vision documented? Because, I mean, certainly you'll not be there forever as the Minister for Education. So one day if you are not there, how are you going to, implement this?
Let me tell you this. Give me a chance to complete this, and when I'm done, let me go. Because you see, obviously, we have just begun. But unfortunately, we have an election cycle. So December 7th, to me, is a great day for a great choice to be made. If you want Dr. Educhim to continue this, you know what to do.
We factor for the tree.
The American say, Ghana for more and puntu ekoso no. Afe ni everything I say, abro no, afe ni everything I say. Yenye nruba bia na nyame ya adom na January ye ginamu ni eye sa adwuma ya. Ni amobehu no munya hu bi. Munya hu bi o. Munya hu bi. This men call American memu na me nkosi schools e ma abrofo na me ba me chrome no man penita mechia mesi entrance schools are done nuamu
19th century building.
19th century building, now they're educating 21st century children. Change will never come. So what I'm telling my colleagues, Ghanaians, is that these buildings that you see 4 years from now, if you give me the chance, you will never see them anymore. You no longer see them because Ghanaians deserve better. Our nation deserves better. We've been at this for too long. Over 60 years after independence and the economy. But how you build a robust economy is when you build a robust education system. It is when these young men and women who are here are being supported, nurtured, and guided to innovate and invent. That is when you build a more robust economy. There's no way around it. The story is clear. So if we want to go to a point, we are moving
images from
okay.
Sunyane, yes.
Sunyane. Nananu yo mojuma. Enti nane yi na paye. Obom paye. Na de omu no say, se person man sisa egumesua ese mu yedu. Ni epeja ye ho papa ya bre. Enfia duosia echi. Bibi kitua bi sini ho kire.
Chimbe na ba bi so so. Ya samu bi fa na na so so bi bi so so na mo me ni na. Bi shi na bi. Akita fo ni ko ni na ko so. The men should listen. I was an anonymous. Yes, and the man and the Sinaman. So, my mention is Susan. I should say, about that you know, the SSR, now, you will not say, I'm also some
Minister, wait there.
They're telling us, or he be a person in my ADE. Internanum or no more can say when the Minister of Education. Now to be in Chama him for my house or more per step. Crobia per stemo and Passaso. Now you're in number one about when you be number two bofu, so and you be Crobia. Obia per step. For someone who said, Pana Yakusi, so say, first one, or my university, I see quantum also. Yansan ye chini akọ animu ayeman besison. Enti eno na mu hu no. Anananom ani age fi so bia pe school papa e won mpeso aso ni krom o pe school papa e wo honom. Na omba Ministry of Education on say nibre pa enom de ba. O say your system no aba no me so mi krom mi hia bi. Say wo krom anya system an say wo krom no ya akechire. Etina nam so on stem one ye de be ma homo. Na ye nyina akọ eni.
The STEM
science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. You see, the only say oko average memo the entire puntu etimi abapa and say a tre and kwalano and mom do mon set me shame fidie e was secondary school. Oko Accra High School, a system center mom. I know some if you have said pe omona mohanu. Aha. If you have said pe labon in Subeka so mupebi. Ai, labon in Subeka so mupebi. We Accra STEM Center. Yes, you school ho. And Kwalana co school holding in our primary school for in Ansobaha, junior high school for Ansobaha. I had no robots. I had no more near Makese, Okwa Accra High School, so I also to be engineering as a course. It meets robotics, MAE. More 3D printer, a Accra High, a honey biwo. Some round more cast a gene for a baby or modern. And fancy pim a baby or modern, Fijai a baby or modern, go so I have my baby or modern, or Munina Benya STEM centers nibi. Now I labon in mirror few why what the animal has to say. Me Ufi Hano who knew Kwakupo.
Minister, but so Matisse STEM schools, no. Some of them has also been earmarked for commissioning in December. Wait, yes. Bibi kakra.
Say school kese pa mienu on crime. ISTEM schools. Weja. Na weja de ene de so nkokra Global Studies Academy. Na hono usua STEM no na usua ekwan a amansan fa so di dwa trade. Na usua finance, na usua law e high school. Na ufri hono mo a Uko University a weja de enini ahani school a ewiase nyina efe pa fisa ugina ho a ugina weja school no a na lake no so yeden e wo ho school kese pa se so mo ye December 2nd e bebie
weja heya nkra ha na
afie di nka no ya wie girls dormitory nti afie di ka no e man kwa ne no be fiti ase
aha we ebu 8 o fa da no kwa
oh na say 8 na kan school mako ne e kwa da ho de o ka bo mo ne mpema gani ni enti say wo hwe we ja on say lake na down wo ye kire wa dia na so oh teacher mi nko gina bonte na mi hwe wiase kakra na lake na down wo ko hwe lake na no ani age wo da na jo a wo hwe window mo na lake na down. A high school, the best view anywhere in the world. Aba and Kaha Weja. You see, the Vice President Muhammadu Bawumia, President, and now Danko Kufuado, Ede Magana, Enono. Weja, a hofe. Nankran December 2nd, a Habaya Kono, Habaya Fair, Habaya De. Fisa Ufi Weja, near Accra STEM Academy. School a 50 kindergarten, Ekodru High School. Edan who be down there.
I understand there's also a commission.
Yeah, Accra STEM Academy. Na Edan we are saying about na ukomu say ya baby a edro no. Fekwa. Omu go den and say omu ye tiles. Now today mene Omampenia be the Chirikoshe school ho. Na udu hopa na ohwe primary school, junior high school, assembly hall la. Wani bejekwa. Assembly hall no kakraka. Aha, eno be assemblies. Kindergarten. Oh, that with the we back on